Chair, you have a live mic.
Okay, good morning, everybody. How we doing? All right, let's go ahead and get rolling here. We're gonna have an invocation, and then I've asked Dave Hines, who's here from our military museum here in Naples, and he's here with several veterans. I've asked them to lead us in the pledge after the invocation. So, sir, when that time comes, if you'd come to the center here, and I know you know it.
So let's pray together. Dear Father, season. We know your love proceeds in season and out of season. You send your rain on the righteous and the rest, but our roads are backing up. Gas lines at Costco and Sam's are obnoxious. Restaurants hand out those other things because we have to wait. Remind us all, dear Lord, that just because we can perceive the problem doesn't mean that we can perceive the solution. At best, our solutions are partial. They mitigate but rarely solve. So may we extend to these servants the grace and understanding that they need for clear thinking and open deliberations. They are one of us, our neighbors and our friends. Give them the perseverance and strength to bear the burdens we pile on them as they proceed to provide governance with both discretion and daring. We pray in honor of your incarnate love. Amen. States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Troy, do we have Commissioner McDaniel?
Commissioner McDaniel, can you hear us
Yes,
loud
we
and
do.
clear?
All right.
Yes, good morning.
Sorry. Chair, we need a motion to allow Commissioner McDaniel to participate by phone.
So
moved. Second.
Okay, movement and second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Commissioner McDaniel, can you hear us loud and clear?
I can hear you loud and clear, sir. How about you?
Yep. Perfect. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Commissioners, changes for the Board of County Commissioners meeting November 14th, 2023. On the change sheet, we originally had moving item 17E to 9A. It is going to remain as item 17E at Commissioner Hall's request. This is the Rock Creek item. County Attorney, do I need to read the whole title into the record?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. So it will remain as 17E. The next item is move item 17A. This would have been 9B, will now be 9A. This is a recommendation to approve an ordinance amending the Collier County Land Development Code to establish rules of decorum related to neighborhood information meetings. This is a companion item to item 11D, which is formerly 16A1. That's a recommendation to approve a resolution amending ordinance number 2004-66 as amended, which created an administrative code to establish the rules of decorum for neighborhood information meetings and provide an effective date. These two items are being moved to the regular agenda at Commissioner LaCastro's request. Move item 16K2 to 12A. This is a recommendation pursuant to Collier County Resolution number 95-632 that the Board of County Commissioners authorize the county attorney to help select and retain outside counsel at county expense to represent Commissioner McDaniel, who is being sued by Naples Golf Development LLC in a public records dispute, and in addition to exempt the selection of outside counsel from the competitive process as permitted under Section 4, subsection 7 of Collier County Purchasing Ordinance number 2020-28 as amended. This move is at Commissioner Saunders' request.
Mr. Chairman, if I might explain just real quickly why I've asked that to be removed. I have no problem with the county hiring outside counsel to represent any of us at any time. So that's not the issue. The issue for me was I was curious as to why the county attorney's office isn't handling this, because it seemed to me to be a fairly routine public records question. And I know that sometimes when you hire outside counsel, even on a routine item like this, fees can get up to the $100,000 range pretty quickly. I've seen that on many of these public records cases. And so I guess the question that I had for the attorney was, why can't you handle this as opposed to having outside counsel, because I think it's a fairly routine public records case. After that explanation, if that's satisfactory, then I would just simply ask that this stay on the consent agenda. But that's my concern.
We are co-counsel with Greg Woods on litigation involving, a Burt Harris litigation involving a golf course. This is the same issue that Commissioner McDaniel's involved in. There is potential for a conflict. I don't know what that conflict could possibly be, but there's that potential for a conflict, and it would be detrimental to get halfway through the litigation only to find ourselves not having to be able to pursue that litigation anymore.
So that's because of the potential conflict?
Potential conflict, yes.
Then I will just request that this stay on the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. So it will no longer be 12A, it will remain 16K2. Finally, we have add-on item 15B2 is a staff update on the Legend Concert Series at the Paradise Coast Sports Complex, and this comes to the agenda at Commissioner Saunders' request. Agenda notes, item 13A will be heard at 10 a.m. This is the U.S. Department of Justice and Treasury Combined Equitable Sharing Agreement and Certification County Endorsement. And item 11A will be heard at 11 a.m. This is the Water, Wastewater, Irrigation Quality Water, and Wholesale Potable Water User Rate and Fee Study. We have court reporter breaks set before 10:30 and again at 2:50. County Attorney.
Nothing else, thank you.
Commissioners, ex parte on the consent and summary agenda or any further changes, including 17E.
Okay, Commissioner Cole, do you have anything on consent summary and 17E?
Okay, I have nothing on consent, but I do have on summary, on 17B meetings and emails, and 17E meetings, emails, and calls for summary.
Okay.
No changes to the agenda.
Commissioner Saunders?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no changes to the agenda on disclosure. The only disclosure I have is on item 17B, dealing with the Golden Gate Golf Course mixed use. I have meetings, emails, and phone calls.
Okay, Commissioner Hall?
No changes on 17E. I've got meetings, emails, and calls. 17B, I have meetings and emails. Other than that, no disclosure.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Yes, good morning. No changes myself, and I am the same with meetings and phone calls on 17E and B.
Okay, and I have no changes. I have meetings and emails on 17B, meetings and emails on 17E. Okay,
Mr. Chair, we do have a couple of public comments on consent and summary.
okay.
Your first public comment is for 16F4, Mary Alger.
Okay.
She will be followed by Rayanne Burton, who was going to be 12A, but that's now 16K2.
Okay, 16F4 is the first one. Okay,
Good morning. My reading glasses are intact this time. They didn't fall apart on the way here. I wish to speak about 13A in regard to the civil asset forfeiture. I spoke on that last time, and I'm also registering my displeasure.
Ma'am, this is for 16F4. You'll
Oh,
speak
16
again for
Oh,
13A.
excuse me.
And could you please state your name?
Oh, hold on. So this is for 16. Oh, you know what? My notes are in my purse. Can I just go grab it real quick?
Yes.
Be right back.
Rayanne, did you want to come up and speak on 16K2?
Good thing I left early this morning. Okay. Why don't things work right? All right. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rayanne Burton. I live at Golden Gate Estates, rural Golden Gate Estates. I want to thank you for removing item K number 2 from County Attorney from consent, placing it on regular agenda, 12A County Attorney's Report. This item should never have been on consent. It should have been on regular agenda to begin with. Why should a 30-day extension be approved when document request initially was made in April 2023, not September as alleged by County Attorney, citing family crisis in September but would respond upon return but didn't, hence the lawsuit. Council should be covered under insurance if it's a direct connection as county commissioner. However, it is alleged that Commissioner McDaniel attempted to negotiate the purchase of Naples Golf as alleged in the golf course ordinance lawsuit and depressed market value of Naples Golf. Additionally, Commissioner Bill McDaniels claims to live in District 5, but the summons is addressed to a Logan's address, which is District 3, which is correct. Why should taxpayers be burdened with the expense of an outside attorney to deal with Commissioner McDaniel's lack of transparency and promptness? It appears he ignored the request. Why isn't it the county attorney defending? Is that not his job to defend the county and commissioners? Or is it a conflict of interest since the county attorney is hired by the county commissioners? The agenda states payment by Collier County Purchasing Ordinance. That is still taxpayers' money. We, the taxpayers, deserve all the facts and the truth. No one, not even commissioners, are above the law. Taxpayers should have timely notifications and access to all documents regarding this lawsuit. And I have been told that I, as one person, cannot speak for the people of Golden Gate Estates. But I'll let you know that their response from next door was over 700 people that were concerned about this issue. You guys are not above the law. You are a representative of us. You're supposed to protect us. Please look into this and settle it so we know what is really happening. Be truthful. Be honest. You're hired to do that. Thank you.
Your next speaker is now Mary Alger on 16F4.
Yes, Mary Alger, Marco Island. I'm here to speak against amending the Collier County Citizens Corp ordinance to add a category for the United Way and remove the Civil Air Patrol and replace it with Collier Ready and community organizations active in disasters, and to revise their quorum requirement. I oppose it for two reasons. One, when I look up Collier Ready, I see that its goals are of its strategic partners to make it a significant and sustained organizational investment in the collective. I look up collective, it's a shared value by groups, not the individual. I'm never for the collective as it eliminates the individual. It appears all Collier Ready's goals all have to do with education, which do not translate to disaster help. Number two, I do not want a local organization such as the Civil Air Patrol replaced with a global bureaucracy who wishes to revise the quorum requirement, making decisions on the ground in a local disaster. In 2014, the data I found in regards to how United Way spends their money, out of $80.2 million, here's the breakdown. Number one, 26% went to compensation, employee benefits, payroll taxes, and $5.5 million to the president and CEO. Number two, 9% to undefined paid consultants. Number three, 5% travel, conferences, meals, and speakers. Number four, 5% on office expenses. Number five, 3% to miscellaneous expenses. So 48% was spent on the top five categories. Of the remainder, 37% was given to organizations outside the U.S. 5% was given to organizations inside the U.S. 10% stays inside the organization on their balance sheet. If you want to know what 10% looks like, go look up the United Way's new headquarters in Alexandria, Virginia. You'll be shocked to see how huge it is and what luxury there is in their headquarters. Then I ask, who in Collier County or anywhere else for that matter wants to cede control to the United Way and their collective partners over our Civil Air Patrol and trained organized citizenry in time of our local disaster? Not me. On the way here, there was an accident on Collier, and I saw a man park his truck quickly and get out and run towards the accident to help. That's the kind of local citizenry we need. We need to be trained by our local firefighters for CPR, for emergency disasters, not giving this over to the United Way, who will just only enlarge its headquarters. Thank you.
That was all of our speakers on consent and summary, sir.
Commissioner Saunders.
Mr. Chairman, on that particular item, I had at one point had thought about pulling it off the consent to get more of an explanation from staff as to what that committee does, and maybe that would be a good idea, just to hear a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I just sent a note to Ms. Patterson and just said who can give us a deeper dive so that we answer the citizens' concerns, but also maybe educate us a little bit more that the details in here might not be fully transparent.
Mr. Summers,
Okay.
so if you all would like to move it, we
Yep.
can place it on the regular agenda. It would become item 11D.
Okay. Would he be able to be here or call in, or how would we, you'll try to reach out to him? Or is he here already?
There he is. He's in the back right now.
What took you so long? No, I'm just kidding. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah.
You know, like I always say, we appreciate citizens, I mean, bringing these kind of things, you know, and looking at the agenda so closely, and we'll get clarification on that. And if it's something of concern that we're not aware of, and we will act accordingly.
Would you like it pulled, or would you like to talk to Mr. Summers now?
No, I think he's here now. Let's talk now.
Commissioners, good morning. For the record, Dan Summers, Director of your Bureau of Emergency Services and Emergency Management. Your Citizen Corps Advisory Group is a post-9/11 evolution, if you will, that was recommended by the White House following 9/11. That group is strictly an information exchange group. We use them to let the local mitigation strategy be vetted. We use them to share programming between agencies for disaster preparedness, disaster response, disaster education. It is simply a coalition for information exchange related to disaster preparedness and response and other public safety programming. Unfortunately, we have been working with Civil Air Patrol for over a decade and have not found them to be to maintain interest, and they have withdrawn their membership just because they were not interested in or could not provide the personnel to attend quarterly meetings. However, the meetings are publicly advertised, they are open to the public, and they're an information exchange forum that we vet programs, projects, and our community partners share information. There are no funding transactions that take place. It is strictly an information sharing opportunity. It's an opportunity for emergency management to let the public also know, and its partner agencies know, new initiatives that are going on, engage public-private partnership in disaster.
Commissioner Hall.
I just want to make it clear, the way I read the thing is, this is just recommending the county attorney to bring this back for public hearing where we can talk about it.
Correct. This is just a tweak to the ordinance, correct.
And I would like to see some other options besides the United Way, or besides, I would like to see somebody locally or somebody that's got interest locally as options to come forth and replace the Civil Air Patrol. I certainly understand why the Civil Air Patrol is out, but
we are
I
open.
concur.
This is just an opportunity where we have had to kind of struggle with membership and some routine engagement with these folks. The United Way, as you know, is under new leadership, has a much greater interest in long-term and short-term disaster recovery in our community, something that we haven't seen in quite some time. So this is re-energizing local recovery and long-term recovery that we really need these public and private agencies to continue to support long-term recovery.
as information only.
Oh, it's strictly an information forum, that is correct.
When I saw it on the agenda, like I said, and some other Commissioner Hall, it wasn't us agreeing necessarily to something concrete. It was bringing it back for discussion and hearing. So when it comes back, I just say, I think that our citizen speaker had a lot of merit in her concerns that I think I would like answers to. So when it comes back, let's just make sure we do the deepest dive possible and explain in as transparent of a way. And, we'll figure it out we'll decide if it's the right thing to do or not, or if there's other options. So
We'll bring back some more detail
Okay.
at the next hearing on the
okay,
ordinance.
thank you, sir.
Very good, thank you.
Commissioners, that will remain then as 16F4.
Okay, thank you.
Tori, that's all the speakers?
The way Commissioner McDaniel has called in, are you able to tell if he's got a question, or should I just periodically go to him? I mean, obviously,
I do not see his hand raised. Commissioner McDaniel, do you have your hand raise function available to you?
I do, and I have no, I
Okay.
have no comments. And if I do, and that's a good way, Troy, if it's okay, when
Yes.
I do want to say something, I'll raise my hand.
right.
Yes, sir, and then we'll alert it on the push-to-talk system here.
Okay.
I do have one quick correction, if I may, 16K, that the agenda item that Commissioner Saunders has to do with that lawsuit. I do have disclosures there as well. I do certainly have meetings and phone conversations on that item as well. I neglected to say that in my ex parte, so forgive me.
Okay, thank you. We'll add that.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 2A, which is approval of today's regular consent and summary agenda as amended and our ex parte disclosure provided by commission members.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, got a motion approved from Commissioner Hall, second from Commissioner Colwell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Item 2B is approval of the board workshop minutes from October 3rd, 2023.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, got a motion from Commissioner Colwell, second from Commissioner Hall. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously.
That moves us to item 4, proclamations. Item 4A is a proclamation designating November 2023 as National Hospice and Palliative Care Month to be accepted by Mark Belland, Community Liaison of Vow Hospice, and other distinguished guests. Congratulations.
Good morning.
Mark, thanks for all you do. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for all you guys do.
How you doing?
You're welcome to say anything at the podium if you'd like. It's totally up to you.
Yeah, I want to thank the commissioners. This is the 7th year that I've been with the VOW, and each year you allow us to have the proclamation, so thank you. And want to thank the community for the support VOW has received for the past 40 years that VOW has been serving the community. And just lastly, it's an absolute honor. I could speak from our leadership, which we have several of them here today, and our staff and volunteers, that it's an honor to provide the hospice and palliative care and grief support for all of those who need us in the community. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Item 4B is a proclamation designating November 15th through the 22nd, 2023 as Farm City Week in Collier County to be accepted by Russell Budd, event chairman, and other distinguished guests. Congratulations.
Barbecue time. Pray for good weather. Looking forward to it.
Good morning.
Hey, good to see you.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good to see you. Hey, good to see you. Look, we're looking forward to it. Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Start up my smoker.
There's still a cute and goofy photo.
Yeah. And anybody want to take the podium and give a commercial for the barbecue? Or don't miss the opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioners. As I'm sure most people know, Farm City Barbecue is a Collier County tradition held every Wednesday before Thanksgiving. So we look forward to seeing you all there next week. The Farm City Barbecue is a fundraising effort for 5 different kids' charities, which I hope to remember them all right now. 4-H, Leadership Collier Kids, Kiwanis Kids, Immokalee Foundation, and Junior Deputies. And it's run by volunteers. The tickets are $30 for a 10-ounce strip steak, ear of corn, Immokalee salad, baked beans, and great fellowship and networking for the citizens of Collier County. And most, if not all, of our county commissioners will be among the celebrity servers serving the meal next week. We look forward to seeing everyone there.
Commissioners, if we could get a motion to accept the proclamations.
So moved.
You got a motion from Commissioner Saunders, second from Commissioner Cole. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Item 5A is our Artist of the Month. It is America's Military and First Responders Museum, located at the Naples Airport. Dave Hinz, president of the museum, is here to share information about the museum and its mission. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Dave Hines. I'm the president of the America's Military and First Responders Museum. I believe I've met with all the commissioners except Mr. Hall, and the pleasure of meeting you. I do have a few of our members which I'd like to recognize that attended with me. Our board of directors is Matthew. Is he still present? Oh, he must. Tim, would you please stand up? And John. I'd like to thank the county commissioners for allowing us to post few of our posters we have. We have approximately over 100 posters and pictures at our museum. And each November, they allow us to post these posters here. And they range from World War I all the way up to the Civil War. And we have some newspapers at our museum, original newspapers from the Civil War, dated 1863.
How'd that turn out? What does it say in the paper? That's good.
Unfortunately, it says the Union won.
I knew you were going to say that. I've known Dave a long time. I knew he was going to have a comeback.
And fortunately, we recently received over 100 Civil War original artifacts from a collection of a guy that is in ill health. And he had given us a couple items over the years, and he gave us his entire collection. Unfortunately, our remainder of our posters and all this collection of Civil War, plus 5,000 artifacts from World War II, will have to be placed in storage because of our confined space. We have been guests of the airport for 12 years now, and we appreciate it. You look at the airport, you think there's a lot of room out there that they could do something, but it's for the airport only, though. We are hoping to come under the umbrella of the Collier County Museum System next year, and we are working with the county manager's office, and hopefully we've been working with the commissioners in regards to what we need. And, if we can find a building or property to put something in there, we need approximately 10,000 square foot building to hold all of our artifacts. Plus, we've got so many interest of having a hangar attached to our museum, the USS Florida submarine, which is on a float. I'm sure you've seen that in parades. The Iwo Jima float that the Marine Corps League has. And we have a Jeep. We have a gentleman who's got a World War I biplane, no engine or anything, but he would like to hang it in the hangar for us. So we have some big plans, but we've got a lot ahead of us. So with the help of the county, we hope we can get something going and get under the museum system, and to display all this information to our veterans and to the ones that's made the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave.
Item 5B is a presentation of the Collier County Business of the Month for November 2023 to Regions Bank. The award will be accepted by Cynthia Valenti-Smith, Market Executive, Elon Neftali, Commercial Banking, Eric Trevino, Branch Manager, and Lisa Schrun, SBA Commercial Loan Manager. Also present is Bethany Sawyer, Vice President of Membership and Investors, Greater Naples Chamber of Commerce. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome to speak if you like.
Well, myself and our team here representing Regions, we want to thank you, County Commissioners, and also Naples Chamber, who we work closely with, for the acknowledgement. We greatly appreciate being part of the community, obviously, as well. We have 5 local branches here, and we serve our community, not just on the retail side, but on the investment side, the mortgage side, and our commercial side as well. We're very involved within the community, so this is why this is even a more blessed acknowledgement for us. We work closely with the Pace Center for Girls, the Guadalupe Center, Big Brothers Big Sisters, and we do a lot of work with financial wellness within the community. So it's just part of what we do, and we're happy and pleased that we're fortunate to do it within the county. So thank you very, very much.
Great, congratulations. Did I read this wrong? In recognition of your award, new home interest rates are down to 1.5% just for today. Did I don't know if that was a typo. Was that a typo? It was okay. Oh, it's BOGO. Oh. I'll be right back. I have to go to Regions Bank. I got a little forms to fill out. Congratulations again. And same to Avow. All right.
Commissioners, item 7, public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda.
We have 3 registered speakers for this item. Your first speaker is Robert Thurston. He'll be followed by Michael Rinaldi.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Robert Thurston. To summarize, today's marks my 5th appearance before the Board of Collier County Commissioners. My other appearances can be seen from July 25, August 22nd, September 12th, and October 10, 2023. I discussed the deep state here in Naples, Florida, and something called the Targeted Individual Program. I feel like I covered a lot of ground in these discussions, and if you have been following along, a picture of what happened to me is starting to emerge. In the Collier Board meeting on October 10, I gave my account of how I was accosted while getting medical care back in 2011. Over these last 13 years, I've endured literally thousands of different daily harassments, both large and small, as a victim of the deep state and the Targeted Individual Program. And let's not lose sight of the crucial fact that I'm not involved in any crimes. It's the cruel primary goal of the Targeted Individual Program that the target commits suicide. Other desirable outcomes the deep state wants for the targeted individual include incarceration, institutionalization, sometimes through the Baker Act. Other goals of the deep state for the target include making the target move from their home, making the target unemployed and or destitute, make the targeted individual persona non grata. Often these goals are accomplished by constant provocation and entrapment. And for what? People who often are not involved in any real crimes. These are your tax dollars at work. These are your tax dollars in the hands of criminals. The deep state will, I think, certainly expand on the Targeted Individual program to include more and more people as time goes on. One of the great uses of writing and public speaking is that they can be used to persuade. I hope my words reach you and that people will write their local, state, and federal government to demand government immediately cease all participation in this miserable program. I feel that in the future there will certainly be laws that criminalize the targeted individual program. So today, in the remaining time, I want to tie up a few loose ends from my earlier discussions and point you in the direction of some reference material that supports some of the claims I've been making before the board. First, I should have mentioned the MK Ultra and COINTELPRO programs. You can Google these terms. MK Ultra and COINTELPRO were forerunners of today's targeted individual program. And one can see more and more people have been ensnared in these illegal programs over time. Also hope you can read the excellent Tampa Bay Times article called Targeted, written by Kathleen McGrory and Neil Badie about the abuses of the Pasco County Sheriff located just up the road from here. That newspaper article echoes many of the accounts I provide in the online documents I've made available. Finally, have a look, if you will, at the Newsweek article from 2021 by William Arkin called Inside the Military Secret Undercover Army. That article reveals for the first time the facts about a secret 60,000-man force, many deployed here domestically, that are the engine behind the targeted individual program. These are the kind of things that represent a threat to free societies. May I have 30 more seconds to finish up? So last, I want to give again the link that tells the story of the people involved here locally in my illegal targeting at targetedindividual4.wordpress.com. That's targetedindividual4.wordpress.com. Also, this past month, I started to reach out to Florida Senators Geraldine Thompson, Perry Keith, Tina Polsky, and Congressman Byron Donalds to ask for their assistance in sponsoring Collier's law, which would criminalize participation in the targeted individual program.
Your next speaker is Michael Rinaldi, and he will be followed by Tyler Wood.
Good morning. I'm Mike Rinaldi. I've lived in Collier County for 25 years. I'm here to speak about a failure or problems with the CAT paratransport service for the blind. Picture trying to get home from a doctor's appointment and being on the bus for over 2.5 hours, having no idea where you are because you can't really see well. I'm one of the fortunate ones. I had a stroke about 1.5 years ago, and I can still see a little bit, plus I have a wife that takes really good care of me, so I'm lucky. I'm not dependent on the paratransport service. But I've recognized the true need that's out there in the community, and we're kind of invisible because we don't like to go anywhere because, we can't see, we run into things, and we fall down. All of us have stories about that. Blindness can affect the young people, but most that I've run into are seniors that have had genetic conditions or strokes, and then they become impaired. And I became aware of this because I was going to a support group at the Lighthouse, which is a nonprofit for the blind. They run seminars and support groups because we all run into quite a bit of difficulty adjusting to our limitations, and that group helps us a lot. Many of the folks arrive by the CAT service, and they all have stories about being late and having problems getting home. We had a CAT meeting with folks at the Lighthouse. Brian Wells and Mari Maldonado came, and we spoke to them for a little over an hour to try to understand why we're having so much difficulty. And the first thing I want to say is that the drivers are all excellent. Everybody feels like the drivers really have a lot of care, and Brian told us that they're fully staffed, so it's not a problem with the drivers. I think that they all get an excellent review from the users because they can see the true need. They can see how damaged the people are and how much help that they need. So they really go out of their way. Scheduling, we discussed scheduling requests. That system seems to be operating well. The real problem seems to be in routing, and that's partly because our area is so diverse and people are coming from all over. And really, the only way to solve the problem seems to be we need more buses. Brian said that they only obtain buses through grants, and I guess I would like to ask that you find additional dollars, maybe from impact fees, but apparently we have 12 buses on order, but it's only 6 net new buses. That's not enough for the need that's out there. And you know, I can write things, but I can't read them too well. I guess I'm here because, you know, I just see how desperate the people are and how, you know, like I have resources. I can go to Uber. I have my wife. I have family here. But so many of the people that are blind, they're like on their own. They're older. Their spouses have died. They don't have the resources. So there's a real need there. And I, like I said, I think we're kind of invisible. So try to consider that and try to find more money for CAT paratransit buses. Thank you.
Sir, let me ask you a question. So the problem as you're identifying it is when somebody is picked up, the reason they're on the bus for 2 hours is because the bus has to make several other stops to pick up other people and eventually get them to their stop, correct?
Right, but it's a lot of confusion because you could have road problems, you could have backups, and then you know, you're covering a diverse suburban territory. We're not like a city where people are concentrated. So I think the routing is the problem, but that's because they don't have enough resource, which is the bus. You know, they're trying to do too many trips with too few buses.
Okay.
So,
because I've addressed this with, had a couple constituents that had a similar complaint, and you know, trying to find the equal balance. Every bus can't be a private limousine, and so, and I want to have a healthy conversation on this. And Trinity Scott is in the background. Our top transportation person is right here, so I don't want you to leave without talking to her because I discovered some of these things through my constituents, and we did improve their arrival time. But one of the things they also admitted to was they realized that one vehicle couldn't personally pick them up and bring them from point A to point B and get them there in 40 minutes or 30 minutes because there's other people that needed help. And so, you know, one bus per person, and I know you're not suggesting that, but finding that balance. So I do appreciate your voice in this because this has come to my attention from some people in my district, and not just blind, handicapped, people that needed a special ride and they got home super late. Or they got to their appointment late because, as you said, everything worked perfectly, but ran into a bunch of traffic, and there were 3 more stops along the way. Which, in one particular case, the person didn't realize they were going to be stopping at all these places. So they were the spouse said, "Why is my husband on the bus for 2 hours?" And it's like, well, he didn't get picked up at point A and go immediately to his location. There's other people that needed the same transportation, and you know, we're trying to maximize the use of the bus. Like I said, they're not limousines, and so, but we've talked about smaller vehicles and things like that. We actually don't want to buy more buses if we want to have more personalized service. We want smaller vehicles that wouldn't have to make 5 stops. But having said that, I'm just going to ask Trinity Scott before you exit to speak with you to get as much feedback as we can from you, because we're continuously tightening, changing, improving the system. Nobody's sitting up here, you know, saying we don't want to, you know, buy more buses and things like that. But from my own personal experience, it wasn't so much that we needed more buses, but some of our smaller vehicles would be a bigger help. And of course, the price of a bus, you could buy maybe 5 vans instead of, and that would be a bigger impact.
I think that would be a great solution to have vans that are less expensive.
But please talk with Trinity, because you're a customer and you're also getting feedback from people that are out there that might not be coming to us. So this is of great value to us, and it's something that we actually have talked about. And for the constituents I represented, we made the change that made it a little bit or a lot better for them, but it might not have fixed the whole process. So, you know, you're continuing to shine a light on something that we're trying to figure out, and not just throw money at it, but buy the right resources. So Trinity will get with you as you exit, so we can make sure we get a full download and not just, you know, the 3 minutes that you touched on now, but everything you just said had merit on things that we are already addressing, and it sounds like you can bring even more feedback to us. So I really appreciate you being here.
Yeah, you would get other feedback, but people have difficulty going anywhere.
Right. Okay. Okay. Well, Trinity will get with you, and we'll continue to.
Just think you're on the way to the doctor's office. They get you there on time, but then the doctor has you sitting there extra length of time, so your pickup time gets screwed up too. So it just snowballs.
Okay.
So
Got it. Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Mr. Chair, your final registered speaker for item 7 is Tyler Wood.
Hey, everybody. Tyler Wood, Naples resident for 20 years. I'm the Director of Circularity with Gravitas Infinitum and Carventura. We just got awarded for the second time top 50 most innovative companies in the world out of 130 countries. And we have now $10 billion of funding commitments. So I went from basically looking for cash to now I'm looking for trash. And thankfully, there's a lot of that out there. Interestingly, there's a lot of discussions around trash and waste, but nothing really talking about waste to valuable materials. Water, graphite, graphene. China just, they produce about 90% of the global anode grade graphite. And they just restricted the export of the highest grade anode grade graphite for national security reasons. So imagine the national security of not producing any graphite at all. The United States hasn't produced, graphite since the 1950s. I'm a lobbyist. I've registered as a lobbyist now to just be more engaged with everybody here. We submitted an RFI to invest $289 million into Collier County in 2 locations to process 1,000 tons a day collectively of waste into critical raw materials and advanced materials. And it's pretty exciting, but at the same time, it's a little challenging because you have these incumbent waste management companies that think like, 35% recycle rate is efficient. Well, when I was in school, 65% was a fail. And we're talking about 100% recycling of all waste with 0 emissions and 0 waste. So it's a big transition from this kind of monolithic obsolescence that we're kind of looking backwards at from the standpoint of our a comprehensive materials management strategy. And that's what we're providing, and that's what we wanted to just keep you aware of. We got selected to be considered Bloomberg NEF Pioneers Award for next year. We got invited for Phase 2 to be considered finalists for the X Prize with Elon Musk. So there's a lot of recognition that's going on around us. I just wanted to share that recognition is coming to a company that's headquartered here. It would be wonderful to have a facility here where we are headquartered. We've got the first of 5 deployments going off to India. I got to fly to Saudi Arabia and Bahrain because they have trash and they're coming to us saying, hey, let's get this done. And I want to get this done here as well. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Hall.
Mr. Wood, thank you. So what's the ask?
Give us your trash, and we'll we'll invest $289 million. We'll save you about $14 million a year in your waste management costs, and we'll donate to about $8 million a year in community funds.
Have you had discussions with Dr. Yilmaz about the?
Yep, he's aware. We submitted an RFI, but there's some other people that submitted an RFI. Most of it's all waste to fuel or incineration. And those are very, very inefficient and very costly strategies.
So you just need trash? Any kind of certain trash?
And we got $289 million just burning a hole in our back pocket.
When did you submit your RFI?
August.
Do you have any update on anything you want to comment on, or something you can give us an update on, all the commissioners, at another time?
Yes, sir, of course.
Yeah,
We can,
okay.
we'll look into it and get you some information.
Thank you, sir, for bringing it to our attention. Appreciate it.
That's all of our speakers under public comment, sir.
Okay. County manager, so we're moving to 9B.
Yes, which is actually now 9A, since
Right.
9A went away.
Right.
This is the companion items, 9A, formerly 17A, and 16A1, now 11D. This is a recommendation to approve an ordinance amending the Collier County Land Development Code to establish rules of decorum related to neighborhood information meetings. And its companion item is a recommendation to approve a resolution amending ordinance number 2004-66 as amended, which created an administrative code to establish the rules of decorum for neighborhood information meetings and provide an effective date. Mr. Mike Bosey, your Director of Planning and Zoning, is here to present or answer questions.
Yeah, I just pulled this for transparency. Anytime we talk about neighborhood information meetings, it gets a lot of attention because, number one, we've had a lot of them, and we've had some that weren't so great. And so we're trying to make the process better and add, I don't want to say tighter controls, but more professional guidance. And so I didn't want it buried in the consent agenda where it looked like maybe we were sneaking in something. Because one time when we had it in there and we had pulled it, we had a few speakers that didn't know we pulled it. So they came to the podium and said, "You're taking away our right to speak." Oh, and it wasn't that at all. So, to be completely transparent, this is something that's important to us, important to citizens. And so anytime we talk about it, change it, adjust it, question it, I think it's smart to have us at the podium here to clarify what we're doing and most importantly what we're not doing. So Mr. Bosey, it's all yours.
Good morning, Commission. Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director, and we're here to discuss modifications to the Land Development Code as well as the Administrative Code regarding the NIM rules of decorum. This started back last year. County project with a 5-acre proposed rezone at Collier Boulevard in Vanderbilt. Had some negative reaction at a neighborhood information meeting, and we had to end up canceling the meeting. Based upon that, we described what happened to the Board of County Commissioners. You guys could go out, make some modifications so we could better address this situation. We've been to the DSAC, we've been to the Planning Commission twice on this, and we're going to present these proposed modifications. And the first slide is the only modifications we're going to propose related to the Land Development Code. And it basically, we set the rules of decorum. It's the purpose and intent of a NIM is to provide the public with notice of an impeded land use petition and to foster communication between the petitioner and the public. To promote increased participation and convenience in the interested members of the public, all NIMs shall be conducted at a physical location to allow for in-person attendance and virtually utilizing video conferencing technology. The expectation is that all NIM attendees will conduct themselves in a manner that their presence will not interfere with the orderly progress of the meeting. The petitioner is encouraged to provide a licensed and qualified security detail for in-person meetings, which will be at the petitioner's expense. If the petitioner or staff determines the NIM cannot be completed due to the disorderly conduct of the members of the public, the petitioner shall have the right to adjourn the NIM, but required to conduct another duly advertised NIM, either in person or via video technology or at the petitioner's discretion. So what is the NIM? The NIM is the first opportunity for the developer to talk to the community. And it really is that opportunity for the issues to be kind of put on the forefront, and hopefully those issues could be addressed before we even get to the public hearing, so we can make some movement in terms of where the neighbors have expressed concern. And these modifications just put on a higher notice in terms of what the expectation of the public in attendance in how they conduct themselves. And then the next couple slides that I have here is the specifics that we put into the administrative code. Once again, the purpose and intent of the neighborhood information meeting is to provide the public with notice of an impeding zoning application and to foster communication between the applicant and the public. The expectation is that all attendees will conduct themselves in a manner that their presence will not interfere with the orderly progress of the meeting. And it's the applicant must arrange the location of the meeting to promote increased participation and convenience to the interested members of the public. All NIMs shall be conducted at the physical location to allow for in-person attendance and virtually utilizing video technology. And I think that Participation with the video technology allows we can have neighborhood information meetings that maybe are held outside the seasonal months and still have our seasonal population attend if interested. And it really is a technology that we've perfected over the last couple of years, influenced by the pandemic. But I think most people are very comfortable now engaging in that type of a medium. Conduct of the meeting. A Collier County staff planner or designee shall attend the NIM and record all commitments made by the applicant during the meeting while remaining neutral and providing clarification regarding the next steps the petition must follow in the review process, including the anticipated future public hearings that are asserted with this petition. This is a change. The prior code said that the county staff was the facilitator of the meeting, but this is really the applicant's meeting. We're there just to, like I said, record any commitments that are made to the neighborhood, but also to provide them information on the procedural steps and what the next steps are regarding the petition. The applicant will make a presentation of how they intended to develop the subject property. The applicant's required to record the NIM proceedings and provide an audible audio-video copy to the zoning division, including a written summary. When video conferencing is used, it must have the capability to capture the written comments from the attendees. These written comments will be included in the written summary. Finally, once again, we reiterate the decorum within the administrative code. Expectations that all NIM attendees conduct themselves in a manner that their presence will not interfere with the orderly progress of the meeting. For in-person meetings, the applicants encouraged to provide a licensed qualified security detail, which will be at the applicant's expense. If the applicant or staff planner determines the NIM can't be completed due to disorderly conduct of the members of the public, the applicant shall have the right to join the NIM, but be required to conduct another duly advertised NIM, either in person or via video technology or both. We're going to give that option. The first meeting, we require physical presence as well as video conferencing. If the meeting gets disrupted because of disorderly contact, the applicant can choose to have another physical meeting in person, but also have the video conferencing option as well, or only a video conferencing only if they felt that was in the best interest of moving the project forward. And finally, the county staff planner or designee shall promptly post written summary and audio-video recordings of the NIM to the county website for public inspections at the completion of those NIMs. And that's the completion, or that's the end of the proposed modifications.
I'll go to Commissioner Hall. One second. I just wanted to say, so I think these are all good additions to better clarify, specify, and add some other things to the neighborhood information meetings. One of the things I just wanted to say, and it's really an attaboy, I guess, for lack of a better term to you, Mr. Bosey, is in my own district, in the 3 years I've been a commissioner, because the county, Mr. Bosey, even myself, and as a team effort, when you have a good relationship with not only the citizens but the developer, if you believe that you had an unsuccessful NIM, if the NIM isn't scheduled in the right location, if it was, it's not scheduled on the right date, there's a lot of latitude here, but people have to get involved. And I just got to say, all 5 commissioners here, I believe, have, exercised that latitude to work with the county staff when we weren't happy with something. In my particular case, there was a NIM for Treviso Bay that was a bit premature. There was a little confusion on the location and the date. And, maybe in the past it was too bad, so sad. We had the NIM, 4 people showed up, it counted, boom. We don't do that anymore. So really hats off to you. I mean, I know in my particular case, you immediately reached out to that developer and we're able to, I don't want to say convince them. I think they knew what the right thing to do was. And then we had a NIM in, maybe it was last year in my district that just didn't, it went fine, but it just seemed like they needed another one, to really make sure that, we're covering all the bases. And so I think this is really great guidelines with more specificity, but also too, the one thing that's sort of not mentioned in here is the latitude that we have to talk, communicate, speak with the citizens, speak with the developer, and if a developer wants to have a successful project and all the citizens are upset, you want to have a NIM. If the NIM doesn't go well, the developer wants to have, in my opinion, another NIM and be able to then come here to the podium and say, look, I met with the citizens 3 or 4 times. You know, the first NIM, we didn't get good turnout, or it ended quickly. We went out above and beyond. So, I mean, it's a team approach, but I've seen a lot of improvements in the NIMs. We had a few that, you know, could have been on 60 Minutes, a year or so ago. But I think the ability to also use technology, and it seems like, correct me if I'm wrong, the Zoom option now is more directive and a little less of, well, you could sort of do it, that now we're, am I right? That's
Yes, Chair. We are required that first meeting
Right.
has to have that virtual option available.
Yeah, because a lot of times we hear from citizens, oh, you need to cancel the NIM. It's off season, nobody's here, so you have to push it back 6 months. And I mean, sometimes that's not realistic. So, you know, you can live in Wisconsin and Zoom in and still, I mean, we've had NIMs where more people were on the Zoom than were there in person, and I think that was a good thing. I know Commissioner Hall lit up here, sir.
Mr. Bosey, I like the changes. You know, obviously, we want to engage the public and allow the petitioner to talk, you know, pros and cons. But what kind of unnerved me a little bit is when the public is the one that are being disruptive, the applicant has just as much right to be able to communicate as the public has the right to hear what he has to say. So if the public is disrupting the meeting, and then the applicant decides to do another meeting and the public disrupts it again, I would like to see the petitioner say, look, we're done. We tried. I think that they deserve as much respect as the public does as well. And I didn't see that kind of written in here. And another thing that I was wondering about, it said that the size of the facility needed to be sufficient to accommodate the expected. I mean, sometimes that's hard to expect.
And Commissioner Hall, I would agree with that. It's the responsibility we are putting the responsibility on the developer to make sure that the facility has the accommodation. And if it doesn't have the size to accommodate the crowd that shows up, that's when we will postpone that NIM and find another facility. So there is a little bit of risk, I think, and that's within the development industry. There is risk associated with it. If you underestimate the demand that's going to be placed upon your facility, you may be forced to find a different location. We think that's just part of the cost of doing business.
What about the case where the public is so disruptive that the NIM can't go on?
If it would be the direction of the Board of County Commissioners, we could put a provision that says if the NIM is interrupted and can't be moved forward at a second time, that could satisfy the requirement.
I'd like to see that, because the public needs accountability just like the petitioner does as well. And it's like that old, you know, that statement Tommy Lee Jones made in Lonesome Dove. I hate rude behavior in a man. I won't tolerate it. I hate to see the public be rude to the petitioner to the point that they can't communicate.
If there's a consensus amongst the board, we could add that additional provision that a second failed NIM because of the disruption from the public, we would consider that the NIM could be satisfied.
I don't know. I mean, I just feel like, at least with the experience I've had, we've always had that latitude to sort of take them one at a time. And if it, the one NIM I'm thinking in particular where the public went ballistic in the end, when we peeled back the onion, it was a small group of people, and even the rest of the public were upset that this small group was trying to disrupt the NIM and force it to be postponed when all the right people were there to have a good one. But I'm for adding anything in here that's going to give more specificity. But I think the unwritten things that are in here, and maybe it should be written, is that at any time, all the commissioners here could make a motion and say, hey, I know that the NIM by statute here or by words should have sufficed, but we all agree it didn't, or vice versa. And I think we've done that once or twice, where we sort of looked at all the moving parts and then directed that another NIM take place, or that it counted, or because I think in one of the NIMs, a large group showed up because they basically knew that the venue was too small. So they showed up, even people that didn't even live in that community, I believe was what people suggested, to artificially postpone the NIM. And okay, maybe that was a strategy, but I don't know what anyone else thinks. I'm for adding anything that maybe clarifies or specifies a possible option. It's not maybe 100% directive, but it allows, that option. When I read this, nothing jumped out at me as being missing. I liked the specificity that was added, but does anybody else have any? Commissioner Hall, what specifically, what wordage do you think would make this even a more, solid of a document to add?
Maybe in the notice saying, if the public disrupts the meeting to where it's not able to go on, and that happens more than twice, then then the neighborhood information meeting requirement will be satisfied.
And that's, I would say, could be satisfied.
Yeah, could be satisfied.
Because you might have the commissioner from that district that would say, look, there's other moving parts you didn't know. So maybe it would be something that would have that flexibility. Commissioner Colwell, did I hear you just push your button? Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner McDaniel's lit up. Go ahead, sir. And then I'll go to Commissioner Colwell.
In reading this, and I agree with Commissioner Hall, both the applicant and the community need to have an opportunity for their say-so, but I think adding the virtual component in the event that a in-person NIM is disrupted by the public, the virtual component allows for public participation and comment, but they have to do it in writing. And those comments are then held as a matter of record. And I think having that virtual component, if an in-person meeting is disrupted, then the applicant has that right to go to a virtual only meeting and still allow for community involvement, community input, but the disruption then is held at bay because of the
virtual component.
The virtual component aspect. Thank you, sir. So I think the way we have it, or the way that Mr. Bosey has made these adjustments will give us, this is a really good start on managing these neighborhood information meetings, and should give enough flexibility for both the applicant and the community to have their voices heard before it comes forward.
Mr. Bosey?
And I will point out, as Mr. French and Mr. Johnson kind of conveyed to me for my attention, is we always can qualify these NIMs to provide a description of what happened in a number of times. If it's a second NIM, and we could bring that to the Planning Commission and the board for you to make an evaluation if you agree that the NIMs have been, the requirement has been satisfied.
Commissioner Cole?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Bosey, or this might be a question for the attorney too, but is the NIM, is that required by statute?
No, it's not. It's a local.
There's no state statute that governs that we have to have a NIM or not? Okay.
No.
All right, thank you.
No. But boy, they're valuable, especially when you get, professional citizen turnout and a developer, landowner, whoever is part of the team, who takes it seriously and comes there. A lot of good has come out of some NIMs and even major changes to the project. So, we don't want to just sort of check the box, and I think this gives us a lot of latitude to force a second NIM, make it a Zoom, and if we think of, and we always have the latitude here, as I said earlier, that if none of this worked and we thought there was something above and beyond, the commissioner in that district could certainly make a motion saying, I don't think it, I think there was, something that wasn't met, and another NIM is required, it should be Zoom or what have you, and then we could always go that route. So, any other inputs? Okay, so I think we're good with it as is. Does it require a vote?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Okay. So all in favor of these changes that have been made here?
We need to make a motion?
Yeah. Or I'm sorry. Do I have a motion that all these changes that are made are sufficient? Commissioner Hall?
I'll move to approve.
Okay. Commissioner Hall makes a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Saunders. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm
Opposed?
saying aye unless you're not hearing me.
Passage unanimously.
That was for items 9A and
Yes.
11D. All right, Commissioners, thank you. That brings us to our time certain item. This is item 13A. This item was continued from the October 24th, 2023 board meeting. This is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners endorse the United States Department of Justice and United States Department of Treasury combined equitable sharing agreement and certification through September 30th, 2024. And we do have Sheriff Rambosk here in the audience to speak to this item and answer any questions that you may have.
I'm good.
Morning, Sheriff.
Morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Kevin Rambos, Collier County Sheriff. To just give you some background on the Equitable Sharing Program, began, well, it's been in place for about 39 years. As I understand it, we have been affiliated with it for most, if not all, of that time period. Originally, I believe the intent was pretty clear. You know, it removes the tools that criminals use to proliferate their criminal activity. More importantly, I think it removes the proceeds of illegally gained profits from the operation of crime. In doing that, even though there has been significant changes made to it and limitations, particularly over the last couple of years, which I think are good to make it more defined in its how you obtain it, how you use it. It allows it to be given back to victims in some cases to replace properties that were gained from an illegal operation. And I think one of the things, one of its intents was, you know, in whether you're talking about, and this focused on drug operations, major financial crimes, things like human trafficking, in today's version, and how we stop that. Because in our particular case here in Collier County, these cases grow out of investigations that we start. And we've done a number of them. And what typically occurs is we start an investigation, and the jurisdictional requirements for us to continue to investigate go beyond the county border, beyond the state border, beyond the United States border, for which we have limited ability to investigate. Certainly no official authority for law enforcement action beyond Collier County. So this mechanism would allow that. The reality of all of this is the equitable sharing dollars that the county, our county, sees is relatively small, less than 0.5% of our budget, to kind of put it in perspective. In the past 5 years, I looked at the numbers, and we have been the recipient of about $500,000. About $349,000 of that was a pill mill operation that was perpetrated by a Naples doctor. So it's right here. It's affecting our community directly. And the costs, the impact, the ability to provide prevention information, investigative ability for what some of those limited uses would be for here in Collier County have been put back into the community to fight, you know, fentanyl trafficking, human trafficking, particularly, you know, coming from outside of the country. So the basis for the program makes a heck of a lot of sense. But I will tell you that we are not dependent on these funds almost in any way, with less than 0.5% of our budget. We particularly pride ourselves on being as self-sufficient as we can potentially be. And I've mentioned that on a number of occasions. And I think it's really important that I recognize you as the board for supporting law enforcement to enable us to deliver those services without outside support. That is critically important. So we are not wanting for anything. So this is not a money issue whatsoever. And it has just been in place. It has been available. There is a check and balance with the requirement that before we expend money, that you take a look at that and confirm that it is in concert with what the requirements are. Beyond that, I would open it up to any questions that you might have.
Are you hearing any concerns? I thought I remember when this was on, correct me if I'm wrong, this was on an earlier agenda. We had some citizens that came to the podium and expressed some concern, and that's why we pushed it back, because we wanted the sheriff to be here personally. What were those concerns, or has anything, sir, come to your attention where citizens see this and maybe they don't fully understand the way you just explained it, or they think there's something nefarious and deeper in here that is being hidden somehow?
Well, as I recall, over the years, there have been a lot of discussions nationwide about the potential impacts and uses of this type of process, particularly as it looks at federal government overreach. We are very, very cognizant of those questions. And since many of these investigations are based right here and impacting our residents directly, I don't have the concern that anyone else is coming into our community and or are holding us hostage to these dollars, because I can assure you that we have never operated outside the law of the state of Florida, the Florida Constitution, or the United States Constitution. We will never operate outside of any one of those. And I don't even care if it's another law enforcement agency that asks us to do it at a state, local, or federal level. We're not going to do it. And as I've mentioned publicly, if somebody else does it and they violate the law and we observe it, they're going to jail.
I know we have public comment. How many do we have, Mr. Miller? One. Let's hear from the public comment that we have.
Your registered speaker for this item is Mary Alger.
Mary Alger, Marco Island. Thank you, Sheriff, for clarifying all of that. I appreciate that very much so. I'm still hesitant to allow this only because of that great government overreach that we're seeing. They've just approved a budget for the FBI to have their headquarters larger than the Pentagon. Okay, if that's not scary to everybody here, I don't know what is. But just as a anecdotal example, my husband had a trucking company. It was in Illinois. And they noticed sometimes in the morning, their trucks, when they were backed in, they were just put back oddly. So, and they had procedures for all of that. But then somebody else noticed that somebody, because of the transponders, was out at 2 o'clock in the morning. And they don't deliver freight at 2 o'clock in the morning, so they're trying to figure out, well, who the hell has the truck out? Well, they were being stolen at night and being used in crimes and then returned before they started work in the morning. So they didn't even know. So these particular trucks then could have actually been held, they could have been impounded because they were being used in a crime, which they had no knowledge of, none whatsoever. So there is that, ability for abuse. Also, if you have a rogue employee that's doing things behind your back that you do not know about, certainly that could bring, a seizure or impounding of, your ability to conduct business. So those are the two things that I'm very concerned about. And also, again, the overreach of our federal agencies scares the hell out of me. So thank you.
Sheriff?
I completely agree with the concern, and certainly as an additional victim with the trucking. The process that we always follow, obviously, as a civil process, is not only do we make a criminal case, but then we have to go into civil court, and we would have to prove that those entities knowingly were involved and prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. So in our community, we would take all those steps to ensure that you're protected as a business. I can't speak for the rest of the country, but we would do it here.
That was Illinois, by the way.
I think the beauty of Collier County, and certainly, the 5 commissioners up here, regardless of how, votes have turned out in the past, but we've passed some things to show that, our checks and balances here, I think are something that we're much more proud of than maybe in some other states where some stuff might be happening and then, they're dealing with it, after the fact or whatnot. I think we've passed some things here that show that we're extremely proactive. We have the protections in place, and we have a sheriff leading a team of professionals that isn't asleep on the job or waiting for the federal government to force feed something down on us, and then we'll cry about it afterwards. So. I just tell all citizens out there, including you, ma'am, keep us informed of things that you're concerned about. The FBI building being larger than the Pentagon isn't something we're going to vote on here. I definitely, it is an eyebrow raiser, but the things that we can control here in Collier County, I think I don't think I know that our sheriff and the elected officials here, and especially our involved citizens, I think have a really good handle on. So I appreciate the clarification and also the citizen input and concern. We share it. So I got a couple commissioners lit up here. Commissioner Cole.
Thank you, Chairman. I can speak on an experience that when I was with the Sheriff's Office and I was involved in an investigation that we conducted back in 2014 that started out as just a local drug dealer that was selling heroin, and before you know it, 6-7 months into it, everybody was working on it, was getting read in, and I mean, it increased the multi-jurisdictions from Miami, Tampa, and we were actually leading us towards Atlanta. And at the time, having this tool in the toolbox to, ensure that if it got to that point and there was seizure done, like the sheriff said, seizures, we have to prove that in civil court. That's separate from the actual criminal case. And we have to prove that, these proceeds and that was obtained through their criminal activity. And having that tool, and then to subsidize sometimes the hours and days that we spend during surveillance and operations, when it comes to the end of the day, we have an opportunity to recoup a little bit of that, just by being part of this program, So I think it's truly a benefit, and it's been used in the past, and you can see how organically, how quickly it can expand an investigation. And if we don't have that agreement or that type of working relationship, it can hinder us at times. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner Hall.
Commissioner McDaniel got his hand raised or anything? Great. Well, I would like to make a motion that we approve the resolution for this equitable sharing.
Okay, got a motion to approve from Commissioner Hall. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, got a second from Commissioner Saunders. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passage unanimously. Thank you, Sheriff, for coming in, and thank you to the citizen input we got previously and this morning. Thank you, ma'am, as always. We got something quick we can do and then have a break, or?
Commissioners, the next item up would be 11B, which is the Conservation Collier item. So
Yeah, let's take a break now, because that one's, let's just hear that one start to finish. So, yeah, so we'll come back here at 10:35. How about that?
Chair, you have a live mic.
Okay. Conservation Collier, we're buying more lots, or we'll see if we are. Ms. Cook, floor is yours.
Hold on here. I got to read the, let me read
Oh, yeah,
the
that's
title
right.
in. Item 11B is a recommendation to approve an agreement for sale and purchase with 1 Dredge Management Associates, LLC, 2 Collier Williams, 3 Scott Kent Bailey and Christopher Roger Bailey, and 4 Thomas Mooney, William L. Mooney, Georgia V. Thomas Murcia, Marie McDavid, and Carmen M. Hankins Colon, under the Conservation Collier Land Acquisition Program at a cost not to exceed $1,665,525. Expand the Winchester Head Preserve multi-parcel project area boundary to include the Bailey parcel, and authorize budget amendments to recognize carry forward of $8,800,000 in Conservation Collier Acquisition Fund and $515,000 in Conservation Collier Maintenance Fund. Ms. Jamie Cook, Development Review Director, is here to present.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jamie Cook, your Director of Development Review at Growth Management Community Development. The 4 parcels before you today were approved as part of the Cycle B active acquisition list. Troy, this isn't working. Thank you. The Cycle B active acquisition list was approved by you all in February of 2023 and includes these 4 parcels, which are all expansions of existing Collier County Conservation Collier preserves. The first parcel, Dredge Management, which is located off of Collier Boulevard, is adjacent to the Conservation Collier Shell Island Preserve, which you can see in the dark green right here. The Rookery Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve, and it is just north of the Deltona Settlement Conservation areas that surround Fiddler's Creek and Marco Shores. This parcel is 18.73 acres of unimproved land. It is primarily wetland habitat that provides foraging habitat for listed wading birds. Panther and black bear telemetry points have also been identified on the site, and alligator trails have been identified. The only upland portions are along this portion right here. It was historically a canal that's been filled, and it is zoned RSF3. The parcel additionally provides for storm surge protection, and the purchase price of $1,512,875 is 95% of the average of 2 appraisals that are required because this lot is valued at over $500,000 in cost. Commissioner, I believe one of the questions that one of you had asked was, is the lot developable? All lots are developable. They would just have to go through mitigation with probably the state as well as U.S. Fish and Wildlife prior to commencement of any kind of construction on the site. The second parcel is located adjacent to the Nancy Payton Preserve, which I do not believe we've discussed with you all before. The Nancy Payton Preserve is located in North Belmead area of the Golden Gate Estates, and it is directly east of Golden Gate City, adjacent to the Golden Gate Canal, and north of the Hideout Golf Club. The Nancy Payton Preserve consists mostly of pine flatwood habitats, but does have some pockets of wetlands, and provides listed species habitat. Red cockaded woodpecker, gopher tortoises, panther, and black bear have all been observed within the preserve boundaries, as well as on adjacent parcels. This preserve has public access with hiking trails that has been quite popular with the public. The Williams property, which is 0.5 acres of pine flatwoods, would connect the southern portion of the preserve to the parking lot area. So the parking lot area you can see on the screen is in this small parcel that is part of the preserve. So this parcel, acquiring this parcel would allow better connectivity for the parking lot into the main portion of the preserve and trails to be established. Gopher tortoise burrows have been identified on site, and some of the vegetation on site, some of the taller palmettos, do provide denning habitat for the Florida panther. And the final two parcels are adjacent to or part of the Winchester Head Preserve, which is located in the northern Golden Gate Estates, west of the Sky Sail development. This area is a depressional storage area that has been included in water management models by the Big Cypress Basin of the South Florida Water Management District, and it has been identified for potential watershed improvements projects by Collier County. Habitat for listed wading birds, including wood stork and panthers, have been identified on the site within the preserve through the use of wildlife cameras that exist on the preserve.
Decipher this photo for us. So the dark green we already own, right?
Yes,
Already
so
put a
the dark
conservation
green-
blue is what we don't own?
We do not own.
And then the fluorescent green, there's only two of them. Those are the parcels that are being,
No.
where the yellow ones are.
The two fluorescent green parcels are actually owned by the Collier County Water and Sewer District.
Oh, okay, so the yellow ones are the ones?
The
that
yellow ones. So this one down here and this one in the northwest corner are the two that we're looking at today.
Tell me again with your thing. So it's
this
not all
one?
5 yellows.
And this one. The other 3 yellow that are more central have already been approved by the board for acquisition, and
Oh,
we're
okay.
going through the purchasing
So
process.
they're about to turn green.
Yes.
Okay.
The first of the two parcels, the Bailey parcel, is adjacent to the southeastern boundary of the existing preserve. And Commissioner Kowal, I believe you had asked yesterday why wasn't this parcel originally included. The original boundary was very arbitrarily drawn and meant to include the deepest wetland areas of this region. But the ecological characteristics, including the habitat, the soils, and the listed species quality, as well as the management, are the same for this parcel as they would be for any of the other parcels within the existing preserve. This parcel is 1.59 acres of forested and shrub wetlands. It is 100% hydric soils. And the purchase price of $38,500 is 97% of the appraised value. Again, this would expand the existing preserve by one parcel to the southeastern portion of the preserve. And the fourth property, the Mooney parcel, is in the northwestern portion of Winchester Head. Very similar characteristics to many of the other parcels: forested wetlands, hydric soils, and it is surrounded by properties that Conservation Collier already does own, both to the east, west, and south. The purchase price of $39,800 is 100% of the appraised value of the property. So acquisition of these 4 parcels would add 20.82 acres to the Conservation Collier program, again, all of which are a part of or adjacent to existing Conservation Collier properties. With that, staff is recommending the approval of the 4 purchase agreements to acquire the properties as part of the Conservation Collier land acquisition program at a cost not to exceed $1,665,525, to expand the Winchester Head Preserve multi-parcel project area boundary to include the Bailey parcel, and to authorize budget amendments to recognize carry forward of $8,800,000 in the Conservation Collier Land Acquisition Fund and $515,000 in the Conservation Collier Management Fund. Both of those are monies that were left over from fiscal year 23.
So all of these are off of the priority A list. You wouldn't be bringing us things from B or C.
Correct.
Right? I mean, one of the reasons why I'm supportive of these is, we're looking for your team to do the homework and not bring us parcels that, and it doesn't mean the parcels you bring us, we're going to rubber stamp, but I know there's a whole bunch on the list that didn't make the cut. So these are the ones that you're, not recommending just because they're the next 4, but these are ones that we've done a deep dive on. This is why the program exists. These are things that meet all the criteria. In the end, we have the latitude to say, hey, we don't think that the juice is worth the squeeze, but, you're bringing us the 98%, approved solution. Obviously, if there was any reservations, they wouldn't be on the list. Correct? So, okay, I got some commissioners lit up. Commissioner Hall?
Ms. Cook, can you go back to the map of the Williams property, please?
This one?
Yes. What did you say about parking lot? This would help with a parking lot?
So there is an existing, this small green one down in the southwest corner. There is a parking area along here for people who want to hike and visit the Nancy Payton Preserve. So this, by adding this Williams parcel, that would help provide greater connectivity, that we would be able to put in a trail through there to get from the hiking area to the main preserve.
Okay, can you go back to the Dredge property for me, please? So that's 18 acres. It's residential single-family 3 right now,
Correct.
and it's mostly wetlands.
Correct.
You know, I asked the question, is it developable? I understand all properties are developable. My question is, what is the likelihood?
I believe that in conversations with Conservation Collier staff, the owner had looked into potentially developing all or a portion of the property. Staff wasn't supportive of splitting it, so that is why they did not decide to move forward with it. They wanted to move forward with Conservation Collier.
Well, I would too, if I was going to get $1.5 million for something that would be difficult to do, I'd choose that as well. The way I look at this is we're going to take $11,000, almost $12,000 off of the tax roll every year. And in addition to that, we're going to add $8,500, not counting the first year of $1,700.
Right.
So basically, that's a $20,000 a month change for purchasing something, not to mention the $1.5 million, for purchasing something that's basically functioning as habitat for wildlife right now.
One of the things I always say, and then I got Commissioner Cole and Saunders lit up here. I fully appreciate everything that Commissioner Hall is saying, but one of the things I've always added when we look at these lots is, whether we agree with it or not, the way Conservation Collier works, it's not really real estate, or it's not just a real estate program. It's also buying these lots to preserve if there's turtles, alligator crossings, panther, I mean, all the things that you mentioned. And so I just want to make sure that, at least in my mind, I never lose sight of that piece. So it's not a matter of, wow, we're buying up real estate to, make sure that no homes go here. It's more of, there's things on this lot that could always be relocated. We've talked before, hey, if there's 2 turtles on 18 acres, rather than spend $1.5 million, somebody grab those 2 turtles, put them in a box, and put them on a piece of property that we've already purchased. And that's where I look for your expertise. I mean, like you say, nobody thought Marco Island could be buildable. Hammock Bay and Fiddler's Creek sit on mangroves, or what used to be mangrove. So you already got some dwellings that are sitting there on the edge that, could continue to go out. But I look at is the things, the wildlife, the vegetation, it's a crossing for something that I look at that value, because whether we voted for Conservation Collier or not, it's a program that exists, and that's what it's really for. It is to protect, land that has those things on it. There is a big misconception out there by citizens who, we've all gotten emails from citizens that said Conservation Collier should buy that big giant lot next to Hacienda Lakes so that more homes don't crowd our community. And it's like, no, that's just a big empty field. It has no, anything could have an environmental value, but that's not the mission and vision and purpose of Conservation Collier. This is one of those ones where you sit here and say, trying to juggle the value. The tax rolls is a part of it, but I think the overarching thing is Conservation Collier is supposed to identify lands that we want to continue to see wildlife and vegetation habitats thrive. And that's the biggest thing. I had a few concerns really about all of these, but really no reservations to vote to approve. But I got everybody else lit up here. Commissioner Cole, then Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Chairman. I echo what Commissioner Hall was saying about this particular property. I'm pretty familiar with that area down there in the Port-au-Prince, in the trailer park and the other establishments that are back off that road. But my other question is, we get these A list, B list, and I know I expressed this in our private meeting. you know, this particular parcel, the Bailey parcel, that's outside the boundary of what was set by Conservation Collier, I mean, how does that become an A-list if it was never even considered to be part of what the original boundary was?
Well, again, it was an arbitrary boundary, but it does meet all of the criteria that staff considers when looking at these individual parcels: native habitats, listed species habitat, listed species on site, hydrological benefit to the county that it provides, floodplain retention, floodplain storage, and flood control. So it does meet the characteristics. And then when staff accumulates these properties as part of their acquisition lists, staff provides a recommended ranking, the CLAC provides a recommended ranking, and ultimately we bring that to you for decision and final ranking before we move forward with the parcels.
So they don't look at the original study they did and saying, this is the footprint we need.
Correct.
They don't take that in consideration. They just, I guess what I'm trying, I just don't want to start setting a precedence that people that are on the outskirt of these footprints, that a lot of thought went into to make these footprints. And then we're going to change that in the dais here with no real information on why we would change it or not change it or shrink it down or increase it just because somebody wants to participate in the program now. And then you look, a separate set of eyes looks at it and says, oh yeah, that's similar to what's in the boundary. It's an A-list. You know, I just don't want us to be the ones up here. Because what I'm trying to say is I rely on the board and I rely on the professionals that create the boundaries and say these are the important properties. Then for me to make the decision to buy that, am I now extending the boundary without that professional, you know, view on that? That's all I'm asking.
Well, staff would recommend the approval and the expansion of the boundary, and it would be managed along with the rest of the project, along with the rest of the Winchester Head Preserve. So the management goals, objectives, timelines, everything would be the same.
Like I said, I just don't want to be setting a precedence that now everybody's going to come forward and say, well, we're close to the boundary and property qualify, and then we make that decision up here to buy it, and now we're kind of defeating the purpose of having them set boundaries to begin with.
I completely understand and appreciate that, and I think Conservation Collier staff, just like all the other staff looking at these projects, looks at them on an individual basis and would make a recommendation on each individual parcel.
Okay. You really want to buy this lot, huh?
That's up to you.
One of the things I said, even though the recommendation is always, you know, or they recommend all four. I mean, I think every time these come to us, we should vote on each one separately, which we have been doing. So we know your recommendation is to purchase all four, but we're going to continue to talk about these separately and take them one at a time. Commissioner Saunders and then Commissioner McDaniel's lit up.
Thank you. I've got a couple issues. On the Commissioner Colwell raised a good point in terms of the boundary, but my assumption is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that obviously the boundaries you indicated were set somewhat arbitrarily. When this particular parcel, the Bailey parcel, was considered to be included in the acquisition list, even though not within the original boundary, the same criteria, I assume, are being applied to that parcel to make sure that it's an environmentally sensitive piece of property that adds to the preserve. And who makes that determination? Is that the committee? How is that property evaluated for that purpose?
So when a property owner applies for the program, staff does go through the criteria that are listed in the ordinance, the different habitats, listed species, public access, geographic regions, hydrological benefit. And if it, under the current ordinance, which we'll bring back to you hopefully next month, under the current ordinance, if two of the criteria are met, then it can move forward to the CLAC for further consideration. This does meet at least four of the criteria. The one that it doesn't meet is being in another agency's acquisition area.
So the key component of what you just said is the CLAC does take a look at the parcel.
Correct.
And makes their recommendation based on those criteria as well. So this has been fully vetted by our committee, even
Correct.
though it was not with, okay, that was
Yes.
the first point. Second point, if you go to the dredge Management LLC property, the 18 acres, I believe is what it was. And again, Commissioner Hall makes a good point that it is very difficult to disagree with, even though I will disagree with to a point here. You have a piece of property that would be, at best, very difficult to develop, and that's in 2023. Currently, this would be very difficult to develop, but we're buying properties that have environmental value for the long-term future. And so there are houses, as Commissioner Lucastro has pointed out, there are houses on what appears, I guess, is the, I'm not sure if that's the eastern boundary or the southern boundary, I'm not sure which way this is oriented, but if you look at the long-term future, that property probably becomes more developable as there's development in the area. And so I would just point out that even though this may be a piece of property that would be difficult to develop today, we are looking at the long-term future. It's not just what can be developed today. So I support the acquisition of that parcel based on the evaluation of the CLAC and staff on that.
I got Commissioner McDaniel. Sir.
Yes. Thank you. On that note, on the property down on 951, the question I had was, as a part of the appraisal process, are an estimate of the mitigation costs associated with the development taken into consideration during the appraisal?
Commissioner, yes. So if there are listed species on the site or wetland impacts, those are taken into consideration and typically reduce the appraised value of the property.
I didn't have an opportunity to actually look at the appraisals that were done. I just wanted to make sure that we were giving consideration to those expenses, because that will add up to some of the concerns that Commissioner Hall expressed with the capacity for it to be developed at all, and as long as those are being accounted for in the value necessarily as a value reduction, then I can be okay with it. I just wanted to make sure that we're just not paying the appraised value or 95% of the appraised value without giving due consideration to those costs that the property owner has the rights. As you said at the beginning, every piece of property is developable. It just all depends on how much money you want to put into the mitigation aspects of setting aside environmentally sensitive lands. The second point I wanted to make was on that Bailey piece. Maybe we should have a look at, with regard to Commissioner Kowal's concern, because I know we established target protection areas and boundaries for target protection areas for us to be soliciting acquisitions, and make sure that the target protection areas that we establish are geographically within the bounds of the delineated environmentally sensitive areas. Just to assure, because I agree with Commissioner Kowal, the way the Conservation Collier ordinance reads, we can, Conservation Collier and the Board of County Commissioners can buy whatever they want, as long as it's deemed environmentally sensitive. But we just don't want to arbitrarily be expanding bounds, even though the original boundary of that Winchester Head was kind of, somebody drew a circle on the map. It's not hard to see that that's a somewhat of a depression, and can have a lot of value for flood protection, floodplain management, and so on and so forth. But I just wanted to re-ask that the target protection area is visited regularly, just so we know we're not just throwing darts and hoping that people are wanting to come and participate in the program. The third point that I have is, under the current ordinance, I think the development rights for any lands acquired by Conservation Collier are extinguished. And it's certainly my hope that we can not have that in the revision to the Conservation Collier ordinance that's forthcoming. I want those development rights, they should be, those development rights should inure to the benefit of Collier County to be utilized in a manner for the benefit of the Collier County taxpayers that are funding Conservation Collier's efforts to make these acquisitions. So if these acquisitions are under the old ordinance, which calls for the extinguishment of those development rights, I would ask that we, as part of the motion for approval, that we don't extinguish those development rights. There could be utilization for PHUs, gopher tortoise, mitigation and such. There could be benefits that the county could have at a later date, and I wouldn't care for those to be extinguished.
Understood, sir, and we will be bringing the ordinance back to you in December.
I understand that, but does, and maybe my question's for the county attorney, if the current ordinance calls for the extinguishment of those property rights, can we exclude that portion of the ordinance that's in effect today for these acquisitions?
I think the better approach, sir, would be that when staff brings back the Conservation Collier ordinance, that the board considers whether or not they want the extinguishments to the rights. The board says they do not want it. It will be retroactive if that's what the board's pleasure is.
Okay, so we can go retroactive if we do make an adjustment next month on the actual ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm fine with it. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cole.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you bring back up the Collier property, or Collier Boulevard, the 18.7? I just want to draw attention to that lot, and you had mentioned it because there's a strip that runs through it that's high soil, and that used to be a trench or ditch, or a swell that ran through the property. And if you look to the right of that picture, this sort of trailer parks are on the offshoot streets, and they had some makeshift canals behind their properties there. And I think at one point, that's a lot of their stormwater drained through that property in that canal, but now they have the larger canal to the south that pretty much takes their water now. And the reason I'm pointing this out is because I think what happened was that's a man-made wetland. That was never a wetland by nature. That was what happened is they used the earth around that trench to fill it. And when you filled it, now when it rains, the water's depressed areas are around the outskirts of the trench, and it has nowhere to go. And at one point, when the trench was there, that was never a wetland. It was just high and dry like it was supposed to be. So I just want to, understand if these are truly by Mother Nature and we're trying to preserve them, is this what we really have in this case? Or is this actually something that was caused by man by altering what was there before?
No, from my understanding of the topography of this area, most of this area was wetlands and has been mangroves, swamp forests, et cetera. And a lot of the areas where there is development in this area were the areas that where fill's been brought in.
Because I'm just saying, because I know along the edge where the canal is, because there's some brackish water, it leaks up in there. You do get some natural mangroves growing in there. But in the center of that lot itself, I don't know if there's so much growing in there because of it's pretty much just rainwater. It's not.
Yeah, it's very wet during rainy season.
I will tell you before I go to Commissioner Saunders, the part I put a lot of stock into, so it's listed here, but in future times coming here is really the wildlife. A lot of times these lots have exotics and they need to be removed, but to me, the thing that really pushes Conservation Collier, it's the wetlands and how the water flows and everything. But more often than not, we zero in on spending millions of dollars because it's filled with turtles or it's a passageway for different animals to either, 18 acres is a lot. I mean, I don't want to connect apples to chairs here, but you know, all the videos we've been getting about the bears wandering around on Fifth Avenue, I'm not saying buying this lot is going to stop all that, but a lot of times when you got a big chunk of property here, there is a lot of wildlife on it that has made it home. So anything you can do to bring us, you know, as much information as possible. Sometimes it's easier to see the topography and the vegetation, but you know, just saying, you know, hey, a panther once a year walked through this area, you know, that's one thing. But as we heard the last time we bought a bunch of lots at our last meeting, wow, there's, you know, 50 gopher tortoises that call this home. There's, you know, and you've got a lot of different species of wildlife that have been spotted or are calling this 18 acres home. That to me is heavy evidence that I like to consider the purchase, because regardless of if it's a man-made ditch or not, or doesn't have the right kind of vegetation, looks like there's a whole bunch of stuff living there. And so, you know, that's part of what the program's supposed to protect. Commissioner Saunders, sir.
Thank you. Again, 2 points. In reference to what you were just talking about in terms of the type of property and making sure that it has some existing environmental value, what I think is really important is where the property is located. And so, for example, a piece of property that has been farmed doesn't really have a whole lot of environmental value at that point. But again, we're looking at acquiring properties in the right location for the long-term future. And so a farm field today can certainly be whatever would naturally grow there over a 20, 30, 40-year period. So I think you're right that we need to be careful to make sure it's got good environmental value, but I think we have to look at what is the potential future of that property in terms of environmental value, based on the fact that it's located in an area maybe that natural habitat would flourish there, even if it was a impacted farm field, as an example. And the second thing, Commissioner McDaniel raised a good point in terms of the development rights, but I think and this is a question for the county attorney, because I think this gets to be rather complex. It's not a simple, we have development rights on a piece of property we just bought, we're going to keep those development rights. We have to do something with those. And so don't we have to, if we're going to, isn't that like a transfer development right type of an issue where you buy a parcel that has development rights on it, you're going to sever those development rights from that parcel, but what are you going to do with it? Don't we have to have a receiving area, just like we've set up with the existing programs? And so I guess the question is, if we make a decision that we want to keep those development rights, don't we also have to make a decision as to what we're going to do with them at the same time?
I think the board's going to have a lot of considerations, because this is a conservation program, and if we're going to add back development rights to these properties, it changes the complexion of what the program is, and it's going to take us into a lot of different directions, including TDRs, and are we going to set up receiving areas, of which we're going to have to spend quite some time trying to figure it out.
So I just wanted to point out that it sounds simple to keep the development rights, but when you start to implement that, it becomes a little bit more complex. And that's
Well, it's simple to keep the development rights. What's hard is what are you going to do with them?
yeah. All right. Well, I'd like to have some idea, if we're going to do that, some idea of what we're going to do with them as we keep them. I think that would be important.
Okay, I don't have anybody else lit up here. Why don't we just take these one at a time? It just takes a majority vote, not supermajority, correct? County manager?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. So let's just start with this one right here. So I'll make a motion that we purchase this dredge management, 18 acres. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I had a second from Commissioner Saunders. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes 3-2. Next. Nancy Payton property.
Williams.
We're going to Williams? Okay, so do I have a motion to purchase the Williams property?
Motion.
Got a motion from Commissioner Cole. I'll make the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. McDaniel?
Aye. I said aye. I'm sorry.
Okay. Opposed? Well, it passes unanimously. Okay, the Bailey property. Do I have a motion to approve purchase?
I'll move to approve that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, got a motion approved from Commissioner Saunders. I'll second it. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. The Mooney property, do I have a motion to approve purchase?
So moved.
Okay, got a motion from Commissioner Saunders. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Colwell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think I heard him.
Aye.
Yeah. Okay. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, I think those are all four.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, no one can say we aren't moving forward on Conservation Collier and that we don't have a robust program. We bought more things in the past 2 months than we bought maybe in 2 years. Okay, next.
Commissioners, that brings us to our 11 o'clock time certain. And this is a recommendation to accept the water, wastewater, irrigation quality water, and wholesale potable water user rate and fee study, and direct the county manager or designee to advertise a resolution amending Schedules 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of Appendix A to Section 4 of Collier County Ordinance Number 2001-73, the Collier County Water Sewer District Uniform Billing, Operating, and Regulatory Standards Ordinance, as amended, with an effective date of January 1st, 2024, October 1st, 2024, and October 1st, 2025. Mr. Joe Ballone, Director of Public Utilities Finance, is here to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity today. And for the record, Joe Ballone, Utilities Finance Director. I thought it might be good for us, before we dive into the meat of the rate study by our consultants, that I'll provide for you as the governing board of the Water Sewer District, and actually for the general public and our customers, a brief overview of the Water Sewer District. Okay? Yeah. Thanks. The Water Sewer District is a special district established by the Florida legislature. And as such, it must follow the requirements that's set forth in that special act. The utility is a highly regulated enterprise with regulations and requirements that are established by both federal and state agencies, the EPA, DEP, South Florida Water Management District, just to name a few. Important to note that user fees that we're talking about today actually are a fee for service. Customers pay the fees that represent a direct benefit to the user of the system. They're not a tax. You use 1,000 gallons of water, you pay for 1,000 gallons of water. User fees are the only source of revenue for the district to operate and maintain. We do have one other source of revenue, that's impact fees, so those are intended to allow growth to pay for growth. So if we're talking today about operating and maintaining the infrastructure, then it's user fees and user fees only. I want to note that there are no general funds involved in financing the Water Sewer District, so therefore no actions that you may have taken regarding the general fund budgets would have impacted this rate study. I want to direct you to this one. So once customers pay their bills, I think it's important for them to understand what we do with that money. So in the center of that is an orange square called a transfer to debt service. So once those revenues are deposited into the operating fund, our priority number one, and Mr. Finn would not let me get away with this, is to transfer funds to pay our mortgage. That's our principal and interest on our user fee debt service. We do transfer to note impact fees into that fund to pay for growth-related debt service, but again, this is just the operating portion. On the left side, the box, once we establish our budget for operating the utility, and that would include our salaries and benefits, operating expenses like electricity to run our pumps, chemicals to treat water and wastewater and control odor, utility parts, property insurance, taxes that we pay to the general fund, and transfers to the general fund for services that we actually do utilize, like HR, procurement, fleet, et cetera. And we establish reserves, both per the board policy that you approve, generally in February or March, for cash and contingencies, but also they're required by the special act. There's a yellow box there. We do transfer some funds to what we call a motor pool account, controlled by fleet, and that's to ensure that we have adequate funding for vehicle replacements. Can't get out to the field and maintain the assets if you don't have the vehicles to get there. So almost at the end of the equation, what we have left is what we transfer to the two boxes on the right side. Those are our water and wastewater capital repair and rehabilitation funds. And that's to repair and rehabilitate or replace aging infrastructure, existing aging infrastructure. Okay, thank you. So why are we here today? The last board action on a rate study was back in July of 2021. In June of this year, you as a board, as the governing board, acted to implement an interim rate adjustment as step one until such time as we had the rate study completed. Should note that that prior rate study that you approved in 21 really did not contemplate any of the inflationary increases in materials, construction costs, et cetera, that resulted from supply chain issues and many other issues. So our rate consultants have completed the rate study and are here to present their findings, their conclusions, and their recommendations to you. I'll note that Raftellus is a national organization specializing in utility rate setting, and have been our consultants for forever, at least since I've been here. Next one. I talked a lot about maintaining and then repairing our infrastructure, and I think sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. We've got 2,582 miles of pipes. They're buried underground, sight unseen, out of sight, out of mind. If you laid them end to end, and you can see all the kinds of pipes that we have, lay them end to end, and they would go from Naples to Bozeman, Montana. Imagine driving that, and on that road, you would have to stop 35,000 times or more to turn all the valves, which are required, system valves, control valves, required by regulatory agencies to exercise them at least once a year. I then mentioned manholes and lift stations. Those are the vehicles we use to transport wastewater from our homes and businesses to the wastewater treatment plant. Both gravity lines don't have a lot of flat land here in Florida, so a lot of force mains, which require pumps, which require electricity. And wastewater, as you know, may smell a bit, and so we use chemicals for odor control. On the water lines, we have close to 85,000 metered connections, and we've got to read those once a month for billing purposes. We've got to maintain them to ensure that they're providing accurate reading for billing, and if they're not, then we have to replace them. Each of those connections has a cross-connection control device. You may know of it as a backflow preventer, and DEP requires those to protect the public water supply. Those have to be inspected annually as well. So I'm trying to lay out, even at least for the infrastructure that you can't see, the drivers that require staffing, maintenance, electricity, chemicals, utility parts, and the other ones that are important outside of just the treatment plants. Bottom line, the recommendation, you can see the recommendations, to steal the thunder from the consultants, sorry about that, guys, that they're recommending today. But what does that mean to the average user? The average user is a single-family home with a 3/4-inch meter, uses 5,000 gallons a month. That would equate to a $10.96 a month increase, or 36 cents a day. I was kind of curious to see what that meant for other things that you may spend money on these days. I Googled the average monthly electric bill in Florida of $130, cable bill $111, cell phone bill $166, compared to essential life-sustaining services of water and sewer for $128.65. Last page for me, the recommendation is as in your executive summary. And if this rate study is approved today, Commissioners, I'm going to bring back a rate resolution for you in December, at the December 12th meeting for approval, to have the first round of rates adjusted effective January 1st of 2024. And with that, if there are any questions for me.
So are we voting on the rate increase, or you're bringing?
You're voting on accepting the rate study and the recommendations of the rate consultant, which are reflected in the resolution that's attached to that rate study, which I will then bring back. I will advertise it and bring back to you in December, and that's when you actually will approve the resolution to put those rates into effect January 1st.
Okay, and I already know the answer to this because I asked you in my office, but this doesn't pertain to any of the municipalities. So Marco, City of Naples, Everglades, right? They set their own rates.
They set their own rates. This is just the Collier County Water Sewer District, and our rate consultants will give you a little picture of what other utilities have done
Okay.
recently.
Questions, commissioners? Okay.
Okay, commissioners, we have here today Rob Ori, the Executive Vice President at Raftellus, and Justin is here as well, and he's maintained an incredibly sophisticated rate model for us, and I've asked him to run numerous scenarios for me on how I can maintain the utility and keep up with repair and rehabilitation of aging infrastructure. And with that, Rob, it's all yours.
Thank you. How do you do the,
Troy will move it for you.
There's a keyboard over there, or I can advance it for you, sir.
oh, that's fine. Go ahead and, next slide, please. First of all, good morning, our chair, members of the commission. It's good to see you all again. It's been quite a while since I've stood before you, since I guess it's probably prior to COVID, so I'm pleased to be here today. And also with me is Justin Razor, with our firm. We did a lot of work on this project, so I want to make sure that you guys recognize him as well. What I'd like to do for the next 15, 20 minutes or so is talk about some of the objectives and tasks. What are the reasons for the rate adjustments? And you know, obviously Joe has already given you a pretty good overview of the rates, but talk about that again, comparison with other utilities, what's the industry doing right now in rates, and then talk about the rate implementation plan. The objectives, we wanted to develop a financial forecast of the operations of the utility through 2028. And we do that because if there's any need for rate phasing, identify trends, whatnot, that gives you a chance to look at that over a multi-year period. We looked at revenues and expenses, your capital improvement plan, which is significant, and also your fiscal position. Where do you stand fiscally as if a bond rate agency was looking at you? We look at coverage and liquidity and how much debt outstanding on your books that's there and whatnot in this analysis, and bring it all together to get a balanced program for you. You may hear the words revenue requirements mentioned by me several times. That's your funding requirements from rates. So if you're wondering what that is, that's your O&M expenses, your deposits to reserves, funding the capital, what has to be funded from rates. So if you hear the word revenue requirements, think of expenditures and outflows, just so you know. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about what's driving rate adjustments today. And we all know about inflation. The last study was done in fiscal 2020 prior to the high inflation rates we had. Back then, we were looking at 2% inflation rates, 2.2%. It was pre-COVID. And if you look at the chart here on the bottom right, the rate study back in 2020, which set the rates for 21, 22, 23, 24, or 21 through 24, the inflation rate was about 12.4%. If you look at the CPI index published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics for the Miami-Fort Lauderdale area, that was 21% from fiscal year 20 to 23. And if you look at the expenses actually incurred by the county, these effects, it was over 29%. Now that would include growth and things of that nature as well. But the utility industry, the primary expenses, personnel, power, chemicals, sludge disposal, and they've been impacted significantly by inflation, as you can see. In fact, at the bottom part of that chart, that change from 20 to 23, these are your actual expenses. You can see where impacts have occurred. Chemicals is a big one. Labor is a big one. And we're starting to see now a lot of adjustments to salaries, like we just did here, across the board increases just to retain people and move and increase the income of or wages of all the employees. Hernando County, for example, just adopted a 10% across the board increase on wages. That's just one example. Hillsborough County did the same thing. So you're still seeing these effects. So I wanted to mention that. The chart on the right, the pie chart, that kind of shows you the relationship of what makes up your expenditures. And if you look at the Carolina blue and the black, that's chemicals, power, and personal services, that's what, 56% of your total expenses, just those two items alone.
Can you go back and compare, one of the things I had asked Joe yesterday was make sure that it doesn't look like we're doing this in a vacuum in Collier County, and I'm not saying we raise rates just because all the other counties have done it, but all across Florida, they're suffering the price increases on things related to water. But I also want to make sure it's apples to apples, and just let me give you an example, and then I want you to then give the correct answer. Let's say hypothetically you said Hillsborough County just raised their rates 10%. We're only going to raise it 9%. But if Hillsborough County hadn't raised the rates in 30 years and we've raised the rates every year 9%, then that's not apples to apples. That's totally hypothetical.
Oh, good question.
So what I was just wanted a little bit of a better comparison across the board. Have we kept, and have other counties either kept pace with us? We kept pace with other counties. We've
got a
pound for pound, dollar for dollar. It sort of made sense. You see my one example of saying, well, we're 1% lower than a certain county, but I mean, we raised these rates last year as well. Was my understanding 7%? I think it was a little over 7. Now we're asking for another 9. I'm just wondering across counties that are similar to us that are also suffering these price increases on things related to water. What they exactly did. So
If you'd like, I can address some of that now. We have a graph that will kind of.
Oh, okay, great.
A little
Okay,
bit.
perfect.
But let me go back to your question. That's a very, very good question, because if you haven't raised rates for 10 years, with these conditions, and you look at the dotted line chart here, yes, that's going to be a big, a different increase. City of Melbourne is that example. They didn't raise rates for 3 years. They just had a 14% rate adjustment immediately because they had the effect of the inflation, and now they're looking at 9% as thereafter. Others have tried to keep up with rate adjustments like you have.
Right.
But if you look at your blue line here on what you've done, the rate study started here, and I don't have a cursor, but we lower rates than was recommended back in the study because of COVID, which was, I think, a very good customer service thing to do. There was a lot of uncertainty then, and a lot of people did that. Inflation all of a sudden rose because of supply chain issues, changes in the economy, everything affected it, and that's the salmon color line. Oh, I can touch it? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, I didn't know that, okay. It's right here. So what did you do? You did the 7% rate adjustment right there, which is with the PSC index. By the way, that was the highest PSC index in probably 30 years, if you think about it, because they've usually been averaging between 1% and 2%. We're right here right now. We had another rate adjustment planned for 24. We did not do that. And if you think about it, we're right back almost at square one again. And that's kind of one reason why I'm here. But your observation is very, very good. So when we get to this chart, I want to come back to you with that, if that's all right with you. Next slide, please. Another major driver is capital investment, and you know this. I mean, water and sewer utilities is probably one of the most capital-intensive businesses you can be in. And my understanding of all the utilities, electric, solid waste, et cetera, stormwater, water and sewer has the highest infrastructure rate per person served. And part of the reason for that is you deliver in pipes. You don't run wires on poles. You got to go underground and deliver pipes. That's a lot. As of 2023, you've got $1.7 billion. This does not include construction worker process. $1.7 billion of investment on your balance sheet right now. That's significant. If you think about it, that's a lot. But it's 50% depreciated as well, which says, all those assets, which indicates there's a lot of R&R, renewal replacement coming. You know that. That's the big issue facing Florida. We've been a growth state for a long time. Now we're starting to mature. Look at the west coast of Florida, the east coast of Florida, West Palm, Miami, Fort Lauderdale. They are faced with large renewal and replacement budgets, and that's what's starting to happen here as well. You're there. The CIP, the Capital Improvement Plan, or CIP, is $850 million, which is inflation adjustment at 3 to 5%. That's a lot of money. Hillsborough County is $3.4 billion. Sarasota County is over $1 billion. Manatee is over $1 billion. These are their CIPs next 5 to 10 years. That's what we're seeing. Lee County, I think, is $900 million or something like that. Every county from Hillsborough to Yall has significant capital programs that need to be funded. I could go on, but if you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics too, give you an idea, the Construction Materials Index has risen 41% since 2020. That's steel, concrete, that type of things. I'm hearing construction bids 60, 70% higher than what was planned, and I think you probably have that too. So that's an issue facing utilities today. Next slide, please. And there's a couple of projects you see. These projects listed here are about 50% of the total CIP. It's going to get a feel. But what's the financing plan? You know, I will compliment the county. You've tried to maintain a very balanced funding plan. Pay-as-you-go capital reinvestment with links to existing customers, R&R, and expansion capital through debt to allow the growth to occur, the impact fees to be received, to pay that for that cost of construction. You've done a very good job trying to balance that, and it shows your AAA rated utility. As you can see on the graph here, we continue this program. About 42% of the plan is to be funded from operations rates. That's renewals and replacements. There are some renewals, replacements, and additional bonds that need to be issued because of the magnitude of the program. We'll have to do debt financing to kind of give you a feel what that is. Next slide, please. In terms of debt financing, this accounts about 42% of the total $850 million. You can see this curve here. That's the debt plan that we have in the financial plan right now. 2 series of bonds being issued, one in fiscal 25, about a year from now, and then potentially one in 2027, depending on how the program goes. And I like the debt because you can stagger that based on the plans, the timing, whatnot. When that time comes to issue debt, your financing committee, your county's financial advisor, bond counsel, they'll all work together to, the timing, the size, the structure of the debt. We've kept it, pretty level. We didn't want to get too aggressive on this. We could have, tried to wrap debt more often and do some other things, but no, we want to keep it straight arrow right now. Then we can come back when that time comes. That's what we really should do. So that's the amount of debt that we have on coming on. You can see that yellow is the increase. That's about, $24 million even over time. It's a lot. So we got to be ready for that fiscally and whatnot, to be ready to have to issue bonds, keep that AAA rating to get the lowest interest rates possible. Next slide. So the observation is to meet this plan, fund this capital program, to maintain a strong financial credit, and recognizing rates and fees driven through the utility, our only source of revenue. We'll need to raise rates over time. The rates will not be sufficient to do this plan unless you defer capital, whatnot. If you maintain a strong plan, again, we have lower interest rates. We assume 4.5%, 25-year debt right now. If the rates drop back down to the 2-3% range like they were 5 years ago or so, it would obviously look better. And that's why we wanted to phase in debt issues. But the inflation on operations and maintenance expenses, the capital expenditures, it's high, and we need to adjust rates. Next slide. This is the recommended rate plan that we've identified. Can you go back a couple? Can you go backwards? One more, please. Go one more. One more. Sorry. Okay, that's perfect. I wanted to show you something else. I forgot to do this. If you look at the chart on the left-hand side titled Capital Needs, you can see that most of the projects in terms of dollar volume are wastewater-based, not water-based. And you can see on the right side how much is expansion versus non-expansion in that capital plan. But I wanted to point out to the capital needs slide, and that's why the rate adjustments for sewer are higher than water, because the capital needs is skewed more to the sewer side right now, just to kind of give you an idea. Thank you for going back. I appreciate that. So you look at the rate adjustments, we're recommending a 9% adjustment in '24, and then continued 7.5% for wastewater, but water drops down to the 4.5% range for the next 5 years. Since most of your customers have water and sewer service, the effective or combined rate is about 6.1%, 25 through 28, and around 9% for 24. So when you look at those two together, it's about a 6.
But in '23, it was 7, right? I mean, what's
Yes.
not shown on here is we approved 7.
You got that? Yeah, that already occurred. This is over and above that.
And the reason why you have this going all the way out to 2028 is you don't anticipate any of the price increases that you're using to justify this are going to change, right?
We've assumed assumptions for the forecast, like you said. I will tell you this, they're going to change. That's why we don't recommend 5 years of rate adjustments. This is what we identified. We'd recommend the smaller adoption period.
And see what happens.
See what happens. Because let's say interest rates drop to 2%. Well, we're not going to issue 4.5% debt. Your debt service improves.
Right.
And all of a sudden you've got a little bit different mix there. Let's say inflation on O&M drops, which I think it's going to personally. It's just when. So let's say we have improved net margins. Well, let's revisit that and I'll put our customer hat on and lower those rate adjustments or defer them or what works best for you.
The other thing I want citizens to know, and I mean, I asked this in my office yesterday, so I know the answer, and I'm sure the other commissioners do as well. But we're not sitting here talking about the rate adjustments because of any changes we made to the recent budget, where we changed the millage rate and we moved some money around to try to work harder to manage taxpayer dollars better. This is totally separate from that, correct?
Totally separate.
I mean, I know it's correct, but I want to just make that clear that we're not sitting here bumping up water rates because we somehow took money out of the other side of the bucket for other things. This is a totally separate thing. Has nothing to do with the budget discussions that we already had and voted on.
That is absolutely correct. Next slide, please.
Commissioner McDaniel isn't lit up, is he? Okay. I don't have any questions from any commissioners yet, so keep
So if
keep
you
going,
adopt the
sir.
rates, obviously, you'll fully fund the revenue requirements of the needs.
Right.
I want to get back to your earlier question about what other utilities are doing. Also, if you next slide, please. Oh, let's talk first. If you do this, this is the plan, the debt service coverage. This is one of the key financial metrics used by the agencies. You're very aware of this. And this is the ability, after you pay all your operating expenses, how much dollars are left over to pay your debt service. And the plan is you're very strong right now. We do the bond issues. They're fairly significant. You'd be around that 2 times coverage, which is still very, very strong. But it is going to drop. But I think over time it'll eventually rise again as well. But the key is maintain a strong metric there. Next slide, please. Joe also showed you this with these rate adjustments. The average change in the bill is about $9 to $10 a month for each year of the forecast, or about 25 to 36 cents a day is the adjustment. With this rate adjustment, you look at today's rates right now, you're the blue and black. You would move to the left. Your rates are a little bit in the higher end. But I will tell you, a lot of these rates are changing in the next 6 to 12 months. And I'll talk about that in a minute, but they're all changing. But if you also look from about Sarasota County over, they're all fairly grouped together. And a lot of these utilities are raising their rates. One that's not on here is the Immokalee Water District. And their rates right now are about $117 or so, just to kind of give you a feel. I missed that one for some reason, but next slide. But what is going on out there right now? And I've wanted to show you, these is a graph. Let me explain this graph to you. But these are generally approved rate adjustments or presented rate adjustments made by these local governments, most on the west coast of Florida. When you look at the numbers down below where it says fiscal year 24 through 28 and cumulative, the green means they've been adopted. These rate adjustments have been adopted. The gray color is they've been disclosed. They've been presented. I presented them to you. So now they've been disclosed to the public. The yellow is undisclosed, and that's only Charlotte County. And I personally know that there's rate adjustments coming, but they haven't been gone public or been presented, and so we showed NA for that. But to kind of give you a feel, you can see what these approved rate adjustments are. And let me go back to Hillsborough County again. They have been raising their rates every year. They're not one of these that Commissioner, you mentioned earlier. This is more like y'all. They've raised rates every year for inflation. They just adopted continuation of price indexing plus a 4% fixed rate adjustment through 2032.
Why is Charlotte County, and maybe the NA is because you don't know the answer, what they're going to do in the following fiscal years. But I mean, if all these price increases on the cost of steel and pipes and construction and all the other things that are affecting this are affecting everybody, how are they absorbing it? How are some of these other counties at such a small level? And I realize it's not apples to apples. We're a large county. Our infrastructure is probably more aged than maybe some other counties. I'm sure there's a lot of factors. So what are those to get that on the record?
Relative to Charlotte County, they have not publicly announced rate adjustments.
Okay, so then we sort of discount them because we can't make we can't make an analogy. But like on the others, is it more of we have a little bit not only more infrastructure, but we have significant infrastructure that's coming up for repair, all of those things.
Yes.
I mean, that's obviously a big part of the algorithm.
I can tell you in Sarasota County, they're adopting 5% rate adjustments on sewer for as far as you can go.
Yeah.
They are in desperate need of water rate adjustments, so they have not done. Brevard County, I wanted to put them in there because they did it. They had a 5-year adjustment, and they were doing, in fact, prior to the 2024, they were in the 7% range, and they've adopted 8.5% through 2026 roughly, and then indexing. I just mentioned Hillsborough earlier. Melbourne did the emergency increase at the end of 23 of 14%. And because they did that right before the fiscal year, they didn't do anything in 24. They got 8% coming again, another 5%, and then 11% in 27, for example.
Commissioner Hall's lit up here. I think you had a question.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Rob, could you go back to that screen that shows the dollar amount over the years?
That one?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So the change in bills for the next 5 years, in 2028, it's basically going to be $50 to the bill total?
Above the existing?
Yes.
Yes. If you adopted all of them based on the forecast that we have today.
So this year it'll be 11, next year it'll be 8 more, it'll be 18, and so forth and so forth.
Right. And that's why we want to stop it in 25, 26 to reevaluate if things and, conditions improve, costs drop, revenues are higher for some reason as conditions change, then let's recalibrate and true up.
That's not set in stone, that's just like a guess in time.
Yes, that's our forecast as of today.
We do have an election coming up.
Okay.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood that.
So let me go back to the slide prior. A couple other I wanted to mention here. Lee County just adopted 5 years of 8%. Those are adopted. The one on the very far end, Fort Lauderdale, I wanted to mention that one to you. That's one that has significant R&R needs. They're going to move their water. They have to move their water plant, and they just adopted 2 years of water rate adjustments, 22.5% for those 2 years. That didn't include sewer at 9%, and that continues on. You can see the relationship over there. What the plan I'm trying to make is those that have large capital needs are after the COVID period with supply chain issues, et cetera, are experiencing some significant adjustments, and that's where we are. I can tell you others, but the other point I'm trying to say is we're not alone either. Everyone, like your question earlier, they're experiencing this, and these utilities have adjusted rates annually. It's not like except for Melbourne, they've been adjusting rates annually. So that's what's kind of going on in the marketplace and nationally, by the way, as you can well imagine. Next slide, please. With that, in conclusions, it is a financial forecast based on what we know today, what you're based on your most recent budget you just adopted. We would recommend, knowing that the rates will not be sufficient to meet those needs in the capital program as identified, that you consider looking at, a 3-year adoption of rates. You can always come back and modify that. The good thing about adopting the rates is that when you go to the bond market, the rates are in effect, and it provides a lot of surety to the creditors that the bonds can be paid. It's very important to have the rates in effect prior to any issuance of bonds. And that bond issue, the first one, again, is a year away. It's not tomorrow. So I wanted to mention it to you. It's very critical to have those rates in effect as you go to the bond market. The other thing we'll be coming back to you very soon on is impact fees. If you got these kind of capital costs, the impact fees should probably will rise too and help fund all that, and that'll help this as well. Growth it can be very cyclical, so we want to make sure that we're in a good position on that as well. And that's really about where we are again with these rate adjustments. It's been an effective rate about 6%, with water being lower than sewer. But as you saw, the sewer needs are there, and that's the reason for the increase.
I don't have any other commissioners lit up here, so I guess I'll just ask for a motion to approve these recommended rate increases for water, unless I have a question.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Commissioner McDaniel just put his hand up, sir.
Too late.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I don't have any questions for our consultant, but I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Balone, if I could, please.
Yes, Commissioner.
Joe, my question is it's nice to have comparison about what other communities are doing and whether they're raising the rates or not, but we don't. To me, that really is almost inconsequential, because we don't know how those folks have been accounting, how they've been budgeting, how they've been reserving for capital repairs and replacements. We don't know what those folks have been doing. My question to you is, are we accounting appropriately for the $1.7 billion worth of subsurface infrastructure? And it was shown that it was 50% depreciated. Are we accounting appropriately for the repair and replacement of those assets as we're going along? That's the first question.
Okay. For the record, Joe Balone, yes, Commissioner. This utility is going to be here 50 and 100 years from now. I think the question before us is to ensure the fiscal stability long-term for the utility. And that requires the adjustments we heard today. The expansions that we're contemplating for developments that you've approved in the past, to me, are an investment in a future revenue stream. That infrastructure will be brand new. They'll be paying user fees that we'll use to repair and replace lift stations in the urban area years from now. So we're contemplating the revenue stream that we'll get, from an average of 1,600 new connections a year, along with these rates, assuming that consumption behavior stays the way it is. If rates go up, do people start to maybe use less water? I don't know. We've got a tiered rate structure that hasn't really impacted our consumption very much. So to answer your question directly, yes, we are looking at long-term. This is why Rob and the consultants recommend a 5-year look in user rates. And when they bring back the impact fee rate study, they'll look at they have a 10-year financial plan. And Derek Johnson, who's the finance director for the clerk's office, he and I specifically talk to the bond rating agencies, and they will ask us for 10-year financial forecasts. And that's why Rob and his staff are looking at least for user rates for 5 years, and they'll come back to you shortly for impact fees that we'll be able to provide to the rating agencies to demonstrate to them the fiscal stability of the Collier County Water Sewer District. They look at flexibility in adopting rates, and they look at your ability, as Rob said, in terms of the debt coverage. When we take out a bond, we pledge all revenues. They don't care where the money comes from. As long as the money is there, they want it. And that provides us the best rates to provide the future growth for the utility. I don't know if that answers your question, Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, you summed it up pretty well, and and as Commissioner Castro says, most of the time you know the answer to the question before you actually ask it. I just wanted to make it clear that we are budgeting and we are accounting for the repair and maintenance and replacement of our aging infrastructure. So I thank you for that answer. My second question to you was with regard to the issuance of the debt. Is the issuance of the new debt to support the expansion of the district and the inclusion of the Golden Gate wastewater water system that we took over?
Yes, as a matter of fact, the first bond issuance that we're contemplating, as Rob mentioned, in 2025, would be to expand the Golden Gate system. You're all well aware of all of the growth in the Activity Center 9. We're talking about, building on the Golden Gate Golf Course. We've got Great Wolf Lodge. We can send much more wastewater to the south plant. It's close to capacity, and in season, we push that to the limits. We have less operational flexibility with the south plant. That's going to be critical. Rob mentioned we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what's going to happen with growth. You've approved villages in the Northeast. We bought the site back in the early 2000s, anticipating there would be growth there. If the economy slows and I don't have to borrow to build those plants and build that capacity, we won't. But then again, that will, and I won't make that decision alone. Rob mentioned that we've got an incredible finance committee here in Collier County. Our county's financial advisors are incredibly smart people. And our bond counsel that I've known since I've been here for 20 years. All play a part in the timing and the kinds of debt that we issue and the structure of that debt, so that we're not causing spikes in any of the rates, either in user rates or in impact fees. And I do want to mention that I anticipate that if this is approved today, and once I can see that these revenues are generated, perhaps in March I may come back to you and ask you to recognize this incremental revenue that we anticipate these rate increases to provide. And I have every intention of putting a good deal of that amount into the Headworks project at the North County Water Reclamation Facility, so that I don't decimate the wastewater capital plan for fiscal 25. If I can get $15 or $16 million out of this rate increase in this fiscal year, I want to put that into that capital plan so we can then rehabilitate lift stations. I was talking to Matt this morning. I don't know if he's still here. There's Craig. A lift station that we could rehabilitate 5 years ago for $200,000 is now $800,000 to $1 million. And we've got lift stations all across the county that are in desperate need of rehabilitation. So that's why Rob is talking about wastewater rates being higher than water, because we have to put more focus on the wastewater R&R capital program.
Commissioner Saunders has a question for you, sir.
And I'm not sure if you're the right person to answer this or not, but the city of Naples, you had their rates up. I'm curious, how much are they charging for their customers outside of the city that are in their water sewer area, the county residents? Just trying to get a little bit of a comparison of what is charged to those customers and what's charged to the rest of our...
I don't think they've changed it since Mr. Mudd was our county manager, and there was no way in heck he was ever going to pay 25%, and we did all kinds of machinations to get rid of that for at least county payments, but they charge 25% to customers outside of their city limits, even though they provide the service.
Okay, so 25% over their published rates is what?
Yes. Yeah.
And wasn't there some new legislation that put some limits on what cities could charge outside of their jurisdictions?
There was legislation introduced, but I don't think it passed. And Commissioner, I will tell you, about every other year or so, every 2 years, this issue is coming up for the questions you're asking, because you don't charge a surcharge. Right. The county's the county. And a lot of municipalities charge up to 25%, and you can go as high as 50 with with justification, but 25% is.
So those customers on the city system that are in the county, how do their rates compare with that 25% increase?
25% higher than what we showed in that graph, for example.
And I don't know what that number is. I'm just.
Well, we can put that.
We can provide
But,
it to you.
but I will tell you that they are lower, but things that actually impact rates are where do you get what's your water source? What kind of treatment do you have? We have lime softening, which is probably the least expensive to produce. Produces sludge, which we have to haul out. We have RO, and we have membrane treatment. You've got to go deeper in the aquifers to produce that. City of Naples doesn't do that. They have a lime softening plant, and I'll tell you, if I don't want to be in their position in terms of their wells being infiltrated with salt water, because lime softening is not going to do it. So I think the county is well positioned in terms of balancing the water production, in terms of using the different aquifers, balancing that with the South Florida Water Management District restrictions on the withdrawals from each of those aquifers, in order to produce the highest quality, safest water at the most economical rate. It may be higher than what it costs the City of Naples to do it, but it's the nature of the county and its treatment processes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, I had one other point I wanted to make, and that just was with the expansion of the Northeast Regional Water Facility, is that facility not already interconnected with our north and south plants?
The interim wastewater facility is everything in the north on the northeast site is or will be connected. It is right now it's a sub-regional. It will be a regional facility. We haven't begun to operate. We're still in the testing phase on the interim facility we just built on the northeast site, correct? But we are operating the Orange Tree plant for that 4 square mile square for the old Orange Tree service area. And we will get that operating shortly, but right now I'm looking at Craig, we're sending the flows from Skysail back to the north plant.
Okay, so with the expansion of the Northeast Regional Plant, then that's going to lift the pressure off the south plant and the north plant?
Yes, sir, that's our plan.
Okay, that was the point that I was looking to get to there, and the portion of the debt structure that's being proposed is to consummate the complete or move forward on the construction of that Northeast Regional Plant.
That's a little bit further out in the future, but yes, wastewater is sort of towards the end of this fiscal planning stage, this 5-year plan, but both wastewater and water plant expansion in the Northeast will be included in the impact fee rate study that you see. That's in the 10-year planning horizon.
Very good. No further comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the recommendation for the rate increase?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, got a motion from Commissioner Saunders. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Cowell. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, thank you for the in-depth
Thank you for your support, Commissioner. Very much
analysis and for meeting with all of us yesterday too as well. Okay, Ms. Patterson, what do we have left? I mean, I'm sitting here sort of doing the math and just wondering if we should just keep pressing.
Yes, sir. So we have one item left on the regular agenda.
We normally noon. Is there anything that we can knock out quickly, or do you want to take like a 10-minute break, come back here, so give all of us a chance to just rehydrate, and then we'll just keep pressing?
Yes, sir.
Okay?
I don't think it will take long after
Okay,
we come back.
let's come back here at 12:10 and keep moving along.
Chair, you have a live mic.
I'm the only commissioner, so I've got about 3 motions I'd like to make. All in favor?
Aye.
Commissioner McDaniel, are you at least there still?
I am. I was seconding your motion.
Excellent.
For getting things done.
No, they're all here. Just kidding. Okay.
Commissioners, that-
County manager.
Yep, that brings us-
Big corkscrew, right?
Yep. Item 11C is a recommendation to award invitation to bid number 23-8147, construction of the Big Corkscrew Island Regional Park Phase 2A Access Road to Quality Enterprises USA, Inc. in the amount of $9,028,810.55 and authorize the chairman to sign the attached agreement. Mr. Tony Barone. Tony, you'll have to tell him your title. Sorry.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tony Barone, Principal Project Manager with our Facilities Management Division. I have the opportunity today to bring to you a recommendation that will let us move forward with the first segment of the Phase 2 of Big Corkscrew Island Regional Park, which includes our access road and the associated utility corridor that will connect Oil Well Road up to the NISA plant that was just discussed earlier. This recommendation is to award invitation to bid 23-8147. This construction project to Quality Enterprises, who was deemed the lowest qualified bidder for this project, as our county manager stated, in the amount of $9,028,810.55. We additionally have a few slides prepared for some background on the project and a few slides pointing out the completion of our Phase 1 if the board is interested in seeing those as well.
Yeah, let's see it. I mean, big dollar amount.
Absolutely. Our project history, our Big Corkscrew Island Park, it's been a nearly 2-decade effort to add a regional park to eastern Collier County and the Golden Gate Estates area. This park is part of one of our core campuses, which includes our Station 10 for our EMS folks, our CCSO substation at Orange Tree, our University of Florida Extension Office, the Collier County Fairgrounds, and the Tim Nance Recycling Center, along with that new NISA plant under construction. Phase 1 of the project is now complete and fully open to the public. It contains various fields, baseball, multipurpose fields, soccer fields, hard courts, walking paths, a playground, and a community center, as well as our aquatic facility, which was recently opened. Phase 2 is being designed and constructed in 3 main subphases. It starts with this access road down at Oil Well Road, just east of Palmetto Ridge High School, and includes, it is a joint project with our public utilities folks, and includes a utility connection that will go from Oil Well Road all the way up through the park and connect to that new NISA plant. Our main project objectives for this contract is to construct this first segment of the Big Corkscrew Road, which connects the regional park to Oil Well Road, to complete the first segment of this NISA utility corridor, serving the Northeast Service Area plant and the associated well points for that plant, and to meet the terms of a developer agreement approved by the BCC last year in February, supporting the access and utilities for the commercial parcels along Oil Well Road that we bisect with this new road. As you know, our Big Corkscrew Island Regional Park, just east of Immokalee Road there at the end of 39th, and soon to be connected to Oil Well. Our full project boundaries here, and you can see on the top left is our Phase 1 that's now complete. In the center is Phase 2, which will be that Phase 2B, actually, that will be our next phase of this project. And down here on the bottom right is this Phase 2A. It is the road coming from Oil Well up to the southeast portion of what is the next phase of our construction, and actually will serve as a west entrance to the Orange Blossom Ranch as well, once complete. Again, a quick look back at Phase 1, which has recently it is fully complete, it's fully open to the public. We've got a little bit of time to work with the contractor to reconcile some of the authorized changes on the project and get through all the final paperwork. We will be coming back to the board in the next couple months, probably January timeframe, with a final closeout for that project and recommendations from staff. But some pictures and some features in that park, as I mentioned. Our playground that's being enjoyed by the public now and has been for a while. And again, our recently opened aquatic facility that a couple of you were at the new ribbon cutting a couple weeks ago. Again, Big Corkscrew Phase 2A, just some information on here. It is that main entrance at Oil Well Road. It includes a roundabout on the north end, serving as a west entrance to Orange Blossom. It includes those utilities, and it has a follow-on project in Phase 2A that will include an intersection improvement at Oil Well and the introduction of a traffic signal there as well. We are expected to start construction next month if this contract is approved and complete it in September next year. Phase 2B is our next phase. This is the larger park. This is the continuation of that road through that larger property connecting to Phase 1. It is also the continuation of that utilities corridor that will make the connection in the middle and actually connect it up to that NISA plant. It will include the reshaping and surface excavation of the existing bodies of water. It will include a stormwater control structure, a master weir at the eastern end of the Bolt Canal as well. Various park amenities, shade structures, a dog park, walking paths, things like that. Our design is expected to be complete at the very beginning of the year, and we intend on moving into bidding and getting into construction by the end of next year. Again, our recommendation is to approve this contract with Quality Enterprises for the construction of Phase 2 access road, as they are the lowest qualified bidder. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Commissioner Saunders.
Just a couple quick questions. What is the funding source for this particular project?
For this particular phase, the funding source is Parks Impact Fees. Additionally, we have an agreement with the developer that I referenced that provides a contribution from them for a portion. It's a bit complex, but it's a portion that covers the gravity sewer associated with the commercial lot, the costs associated with the entry aprons to that commercial center, and they'll be paying for about a 25% of the intersection improvements. Additionally, our Public Utilities Fund is covering the full cost of the utilities corridor as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner McDaniel, if you have no questions, would you like to make a motion to approve this? It's in your district, and I know you're very proud of it, as we all are.
Yes, Troy didn't notify that I had my hand up there, but yes, I.
Oh, yes, I did.
He did notify us, but we put it down. No, go ahead, sir.
I would like to make a motion for approval of this. This is a much needed infrastructure improvement for all that we were talking about in previous agenda item, along with the interconnection to our park and the lit intersection on Oil Well Road to help for pedestrian traffic, everything across the board. So move for approval.
Okay, got a motion from Commissioner McDaniel to approve. Do I have a second? Have a second from Commissioner Hall. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Get to work.
Sir.
Next.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15A, public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during previous public comment in this meeting.
We have no one registered under that item.
Okay.
All right, item 15B, staff project updates. Item 15B1 is a recommendation to accept the November 2023 project update for the Vanderbilt Beach Road extension. Mr. Jay Ahmad, your Transportation Engineering Division Director, is here to present.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jay Ahmad, your Transportation Engineering Director. For the record, we're here to update you on this project, the largest construction for transportation in Collier County. It's started last year, about a year ago, and we are doing actually really well. The project is progressing on time, and with the funding that being spent, construction activities is on track as we see it. In the photo that you see on the display, part of the project is to relocate approximately 1.5 miles of Cypress Canal, and that's taken shape. Approximately 60% of the canal is dug to date. A lot of material coming out of that canal to build the roadway, the embankment part of it, and essentially that canal on the left side or on the north side of the roadway will be filled, and the roadway will go on top of it. The construction duration is approximately 3 years. We're about a year in the construction, and the activity that you see out there, I mentioned the canal, the embankment, they're doing drainage, and also they building bridges. Move on. Again, pictures of the canal being constructed, being dug between 15th and 29th Street. Embankment is being laid, material mostly from the canal, and also they dig in the pond sites, the stormwater detention, the retentions for the project. That material is taken and mixed with other material to make sure that we meet the standards and also the specifications of the project. Bridges, as I mentioned, being constructed. The first one you see on the left is actually completed. It's that canal over Cypress Canal, that bridge over Cypress Canal. The other bridge is also taking shape, approximately 30–40% of the abutments and the piling and the beams coming up, and Curry Canal next. So construction of the bridges. This is a critical activity as the project is divided by this waterways, the canals. So once they see this as a critical path element of the project, so they can proceed from one end of the project to the other. And construction activities is taking shape all over the 7-mile project. And once these bridges are constructed, it'll be easier to build this project and bring material from one side to the other without going on Golden Gate Boulevard or Randall Boulevard. All the drainage, the project is drained into pond side, so stormwater pipes taking that water from the proposed roadway, and it's all buried underground and in concrete pipes, as you can see, and it's taking shape. So these trunk lines are being constructed. They're facing rock, solid rock in some areas, and construction is, for this activity, is slowed somewhat by that hard rock in Golden Gate Estates that they're facing, but they're aware of it. And they actually, Sincere Construction have these equipments that can dig this rock and in a faster method. I also have, you heard last meeting during the October 24th from a resident in the area and a citizen who's a professional engineer, and I am as well, and my team who's in charge of this project are also professional engineers about a few subjects, the maintenance, traffic, and signing, construction signing. He presented to you other elements of the silt fencing. So I'm going to go just briefly through some of those issues and address some of these comments that were made. The first one is maintenance of traffic, and that's directly to safety. We take safety the utmost. We spend a lot of money, frankly, in construction to maintain traffic and make sure that traffic is safely traveling through our projects. As this project, frankly, is behind most, it's between 10 and 12, and in areas where there's really not much traffic other than the existing Collier Boulevard itself, east of, not Collier and Vanderbilt, the existing Vanderbilt east of Collier. So the project temporary control plan is incorporated into our project, and we follow the state standards. The citizen complained to the FDOT. They came on site and they confirmed that we are per standards. So we are in full compliance with that. We have discovered one of the issues that was mentioned, that some of these signs not exactly to the spacing that are per the standards, but the standards also says we are flexible on those spacing. If you see a sign that says construction 1,000 feet, and if you have a driveway or something underground, you don't put it exactly 1,000 feet. There is tolerance in the standards. You could move the sign up or down. And the insinuation that we move the signs because of concern about safety, that absolutely has no validity. Frankly, the issue of safety that was mentioned is irrelevant in my view, because Collier and Vanderbilt Beach Road is construction. If you travel there today, the construction hasn't reached that intersection. So there is no safety issue that I see. The staff monitors this signs, the drums, all these temporary construction signs. We monitor it daily, and we see that as our major function. You have in-house, we talked about CEI, insourcing and outsourcing. This is actually a project of staff, your staff, or my staff. They're monitoring construction activities, and they're making sure that the construction is, all the signage is in place per standards, and we hold the contractor by in-house staff rather than outsourcing. The second subject that was mentioned is the silt fence erosion control plan. That's also a passion of ours. You know, water quality, the purpose of a silt fence is to make sure that no dirt goes on to the adjoining properties, and so we don't impact water resources or water quality of adjoining canals, or we follow all standards for the silt fence. Essentially must follow the FDOT standards, the FDEB standards, and they're all pretty much universal. They say that a silt fence has to be inspected, and we do inspect the silt fence every week. A report is created about the silt fence. Much been said, and displays were provided to you about 2-inch by 4-inch. Actually, the gentleman had in his hand a 2-inch by 4-inch versus a 1-inch by 1-inch posts. In Florida, we have very harsh environment on those pine 2-inch by 4-inch, and they frankly deteriorate pretty quickly. So the standard in FDOT, and for years, it's probably since late 90s, they moved into hardwood oak 1-inch by 1-inch. It's actually a 1-inch, 1/8 by 1-inch and 1/8. And it's incorporated into their standards. That's an equivalent. It's actually more expensive than the other softwood that you'd buy. And frankly, you can't even find that product in Florida. It's FDOT doesn't use it. We haven't used it for, frankly, years. And and that's the display in front of you essentially shows from the store the manual in the FDOT that is what you use, and that's what's being used by the project. And here's photos of our project. For example, the bottom one shows Vanderbilt Beach Road silt fencing, and this is a project in Everglades City, frankly. It's FDOT project that they use the same silt fence. They call it type 3 fabric with the hardwood that doesn't deteriorate. And even if it does deteriorate, because the fabric does not last too long, the reason the quantities is large in the project, because the project is 3 years, and we are required by the permitting, and we required to replace it. As I mentioned, we inspect it weekly, and we document to the permitting agency that if there is, as construction activities happen, you could have an equipment kind of knock a fence down, one of these. So we go out and install it, and we pay for material that is damaged due to weathering and replaced due to age of the fencing. So the quantity assumes, the insinuation was there's a lot of money in this project for sediment. It's because we are going to replace those as needed during the duration of the 3 years project that we have. So replacement of the damaged silt fence is included in the contract and will be done by the project. And our inspectors make sure that silt fence is in place and provides the controls that we demand, that we don't mess up with water quality, adjoining properties, or our water quality that goes to the Gulf eventually. There was also a discussion about tracking devices, those things that as trucks go in and out of public roadways, they track a lot of mud and a lot of dirt and so forth. So they actually exist on every intersection. You can see them on some of these on top. And we also have these brooms, the contractor tractor brooms at the end of the day, or even if we see silts and we broom it. So the project, as you get onto the public roadways, does not have the silt and does not have the dirt on it. So they do exist. I'm not sure if he had actually inspected lately, but they do exist out there, and I've seen them. Here are the pictures of the top one. I think there are a total of 14 soil tracking devices all over the project limits. Embankment. There was a mention that trucks, it was witnessed by trucks delivering material to the site and not compacted. There's tons of, I believe over 500,000 cubic yard will be hauled to the project. And not every truck that comes to the project, you'll have a compactor behind them. You lay that dirt, and when that phase comes in, you install those embankment or dirt in a foot layers, with exception of the top lift of 6 inches. And after every foot, you roll it. So you've seen photos in the earlier pictures of dirt being actually compacted. And yes, we do have a lot of dirt still. Those are things being dug out of the canal and the pond sites, where you would lay them for future compaction. So I can assure you we will not have a project or dirt that's not going to be compacted to better than the specifications. You know, the roadway will not last if we don't do compaction. We don't, we test them. And that's the discussion I've had with you about CEI job to do, is to make sure that dirt is compacted per specification, so the roadway, when we get to the asphalt layer, it has solid base and compaction. So all materials per specifications. There's no violation of specifications. We document every activity, every foot of the roadway, every inch of the roadway to the highest standard and better. And there's no actually issue with that, as I see it. I am open to questions if you have any, and I hope I answered the questions that were raised by this gentleman who is an engineer that had some issues on the project.
Well, that's putting it mildly. Any questions from any commissioners? Commissioner Saunders.
I just want to thank you for addressing those questions, the 2x4s that were brought in and things of that nature. I think you addressed that very professionally and very well, and I will communicate with Mr. Lauer and let him know that those issues have been addressed properly, were being addressed properly in the first place, that it's not something that you just reacted to. It's something that had been in place from the very beginning. So I want to thank you for going through that detail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you, sir.
Do we need to approve that?
No, I don't think, that was just an update. Yep. What's the next update?
Commissioners, this is add-on item 15B2. This is a staff update on the Legend Concert Series at the Paradise Coast Sports Complex. This is brought to the agenda by Commissioner Saunders' request, and we have Mr. Moses and Mr. Adams here from our management company, as well as Mr. Rodriguez, to give an update and then answer your questions.
Okay, take it away. Did you have an opening comment?
Yeah, I
turn over, Commissioner.
Let me, as everybody comes to the podium, let me just explain what my objective is in putting this, asking for this update. I attended the concert. I believe Commissioner Colwell and Commissioner LoCastro were at the concert as well. And it really was a very nice evening. The weather was perfect. The music was wonderful. Everything was really well set up. But there were a couple issues that were raised that really deal with service to the public. And that's the business we're in. We want to make sure that people enjoy the events there and want to come back. And so there were a couple issues that and I spoke to a lot of folks, that there was some unhappiness, if you will. For example, there was a line for people to buy beer. And people were in that line for over an hour. And I went over to the line and I talked to a bunch of people that were there. So that was something that folks were saying that they just weren't going to come back because they just didn't like having to wait that long, and they wanted to have a beverage. But I think that's an easy fix. Then over in the what they call the VIP area, they were serving food there, and I hate to be critical, but I got the chicken sandwich, which quite frankly was almost inedible. I hate to say that. And so I know folks were concerned that that was just not a very good quality meal, if you will. And there was nothing else with it. So there were complaints like that I think that are easy to fix. There were bathroom issues that I think are easy to fix. And then the bottom line is I would, just from my personal viewpoint, would love to see these concerts and concerts like this really in the stadium area. I think that's just better controlled and that sort of thing, but I understand there's issues there, but that's why I wanted to have some kind of a discussion as to some of those personal services issues, and can these concerts be in the stadium. I did hear a lot of folks saying they wanted to go back to Sugden, and that would be the last thing that we would want to do, is we'd be competing with ourselves at that point. So that's why I wanted to have some discussion about that and see if there's anything we can do to facilitate the service to the community. And I will tell you, the people I talked to, and of course the three of us were there, people were having a really wonderful time. So it was nice to see that. But those were some wrinkles that I wanted to see if we could kind of iron out.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Dan Rodriguez, your Deputy County Manager. And absolutely, Commissioner Saunders, you're exactly right. It's all about customer service. And as you know, I was there at the concert as well, along with other staff members, and Commissioner Kowal was there, as well as Commissioner LaCastro. And there were some hiccups. There were serious hiccups as it relates to managing the event and staffing it to the level that it needed to be. There's probably nobody in the room more than all of you, including myself and the county manager, who wants to see this a success, not only because it's a great opportunity to bring entertainment to the community who've asked for concerts, things like this, but most importantly, to make sure that we maximize the use of the facility. So with that, right after the event, we brought the delivery teams together, both Mr. Randall as well as our county staff, as well as our contractor, and we began the process of an after-action review. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Adams and Mr. Moses, and they're going to cover that for you.
Good afternoon, Jack Adams for the record, for Sports Facilities Management, and I've got Adrian Moses with me. We are not, I can shorten some of our answer. We agree with you about the food. We agree with you about the bathroom lines. We agree with you about the beer lines. We're going to do better. So we're going to get into a little bit about how that happened and how we're going to make it better, but all of the things that we could have that happened were in our control. So we have the support and the tools to fix them, and we'll just share a little bit about how we're going to do that with you. We sort of allowed in the VIP tent a budget to drive the food, and what we should have done is we shouldn't have said, we shouldn't have sold the broom closet at the Hilton. We should have said, here's the suite, here's the room, here's what these things cost, or if you would like an outside caterer, then we can do that as well. So here are your options, but we tried to manage to a budget. We won't do that again. We'll make sure we have that standard of quality. We had a staffing problem with the beer stations. We should have had more, and we didn't have enough people. We'll fix that. With respect to the restrooms, there's a perimeter to a concert. And the perimeter, you don't want people coming and going. There's a bunch of reasons for that. They can go out to their car and consume something that we're then liable for how intoxicated they are. For example, we weren't in control of how much they were served. They can get angry at someone within the concert, and they can come and go and bring something back in. There's a bunch of reasons you wouldn't want to break the perimeter. So what we did is we created a perimeter that we didn't want to break. We didn't have enough bathrooms in it. And what we should have done is we should have had an X amount per person of porta potties rented and bill the operator. That's just part of the cost of doing it. So those are some of the solutions that we have in mind. I'm happy to get into anything more specific, but we know how to fix that. We were in control of it. We'll do better. Want to run through the? How would you like to dig into that a little bit more, or are there?
I personally would not. I just wanted to raise the issues, and I really appreciate you're looking into those. The only other issue was whether or not these can be held in the stadium. And maybe that's not the best location for it, but it just seems to me that would be a really great location for something like this.
We have done events in the stadium. We would like to do events in the stadium. There is a complex cleanup, and we had the stadium rented the next morning for $60,000 worth of activity before we set this date, so that just wasn't, we weren't able to turn that over in time to execute. When we have open dates, we will, and you know, that's an ideal, like you said, contained area.
I was just going to say, one of the things I thought I remember in the earlier discussions is, let's say the stadium wasn't blocked the next day, is that setting up the stage and all those things on top of the field was of concern. And so protection of the field, and we might have talked about this another time, it may have had nothing to do with Legends. I mean, I personally think we should make the investment in that protection, because I think it would attract a lot of people. That's a big budget, but if we bought that, whatever the covers are, it's wood, it's some sort of protection, and we had it in the warehouse somewhere, and somebody wanted to come in and do a big giant concert, and that stuff's reusable over and over and over, it would pay for itself. And not to say we couldn't put a little fee on that, but you know, having somebody who wants to do a concert one time, Legends is multiple, but let's say somebody wanted to do a concert one time, and we said, yeah, you got to buy all the protection for the field, we'd lose that contract, because they'd say, well, it's not worth us doing. But if we had it in the closet and we figured out, hey, you know, you have to pay a $5,000 fee or whatever, you know, worked out, and then we sat there and did the equation and said, man, it's going to pay for itself 10 times, and we might be able to attract a lot of onesie twosie things. I mean, I agree with Commissioner Saunders that I think also too there was being able to utilize the field, or figuring out how to do that, was also better control of people. Everybody in their little beach chairs and wandering around and everything, where the stadium, it seems like it's meant for that. And then also to the screens, you know, it just seemed like we had a lot of resources that weren't really being utilized as we shoehorn this thing into a small field where, you know, but I can appreciate what you're saying too, is being able to control the restrooms and things, but it just seems like that field is ground zero of all the best stuff, and we were sitting there sort of shoehorned into a smaller area looking at this amazing field where the concert could have been. And granted, maybe we didn't have all of the right materials, you know, to do it, but I would just say in your after actions, maybe exploring that, because it's not just about Legends concert. There's lots of other things we could attract, and a lot of them would just be like one-time things. And I think we would lose a lot of contracts if we said, well, you got to protect the field on your own. You have to pay for this. You have to pay for that. They'd say, forget it, I'm not going to do that. So just the thought. And as Commissioner Saunders was saying, this was just to raise this. I don't know that we need to do a deep dive here. You all are talking on your own. Maybe, you know, at a future meeting, you could bring us back sort of a plan before this next concert, or any other big events that are coming up, maybe between now and this next one. But I'm sure that, I mean, the next one's in, is it December or is January? Yeah, so we have some time. So, you know, I think we'll all probably be there again. We'd love to see the, you know, the improvements and, you know, your ideas. We don't have to brainstorm it here now, but I think, you know, we're all paddling in the same direction.
Absolutely, and very good points. The good news is I did see Mr. Randall did advertise it being at the sports complex, so he is coming back. So
okay, good.
This morning.
We agree with all that. We love that stadium. It's a beautiful complex. It's a beautiful stadium. We love the additional fields. The more that complex gets built out, the more we'll continue to use it. I think you saw the revenue go from $1 million to $2 million. That's because we're packing that facility. We're making use of it, and we're doing it with a reduced and further reduced subsidy and operating costs. So we're trying to be good stewards of your asset, and we're happy to program it. That it is a really complex operation, a concert. So setting it up and tearing it down, just, you know, when something's already booked, we don't want to jeopardize what somebody's already got a deal for.
Absolutely. My expectation was that if, you know, we could use the stadium, the majority of people would be sitting in the stadium stands, just like you do if you know, I just saw the Rolling Stones last year at Raymond James, and I didn't bring a beach chair, you know, sat in the stadium. And then there were VIP people on the field, and it was a much smaller group. You know, they were close to the stadium, but it was almost, you know, like, if you use the stadium, it's already 90% set. And I don't know how the sports complex is laid out, but at big sports complexes, the biggest restrooms, the highest quantity are around the biggest venue, which is the giant field. So, you sort of maybe solve that problem a little bit. And then, of course, using the big giant jumbotrons, they're not sitting there dark. You have the best sound and all that. It just seemed like it would be a little bit more obvious to try to figure out what moving parts between now and January. But, overall, I mean, I thought it was 51% good, or higher. I mean, like Commissioner Saunders said, all these things are fixable, and you've echoed it as well. I don't know, anything else?
I would just, I'll just wrap up. I appreciate your willingness to look into those issues and help us solve those.
Of course.
Okay, County Manager, what's next?
Commissioners, we're at item 15C, Staff and Commission General Communications. Just start with, we have an announcement in conjunction with our community partners. There'll be a workforce housing property dedication ceremony beginning at 10 a.m. on Monday, November 27th, 2023 at the Golden Gate Golf Course property. A media release will be going out tomorrow with more details and event location and a parking map. Feel free to reach out to John Mullins with any questions that you may have.
What date was that?
Monday, November 27th, 10 a.m.
Okay, what else?
Enjoy your Thanksgiving.
Yep.
That's all I have, Mr. Rodriguez.
Just briefly, as I mentioned before, that we are doing a national search for a replacement for our TDC director, Mr. Paul Behrens. He's taken a opportunity in Amelia Island, so we're putting a committee together with some representation both from the TDC committee, and we'll give you an update at the next board meeting. In addition, we'll be bringing you an update to the Caxambas project at the next board meeting as well, and an update as well on our commercial permitting activity going into the 2024 season.
Okay.
County Attorney Klatsko?
Nothing but happy Thanksgiving to one and all.
Mr. Miller, anything?
Happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner McDaniel. Sir?
Yes, I first of all want to thank you all for indulging me in my absence today and allowing me to participate by Zoom and wrapping up my family members. And with that, I want to wish you all a very happy Thanksgiving.
We nominated you to 5 committees when you were off of Zoom, so we'll get you all those details.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Hall.
A couple of things. We have, County Manager and I have had 4 different Zooms with outside vendors for the budget process. It's coming along very well. One of them recently asked us for some more information before they could give us some cost estimates, and they sent that yesterday, and we've responded to them, and we should have that back very shortly, and hopefully something to come back to all of y'all with to get started on this before sometime in December. So that's going very well. Just wanted to update you publicly on that. And the other thing, I got a favor to ask. I had a guy reach out regarding the Vineyard Park. It's a little county park that sits over there in the vineyards. And there's some 5 to 10 kids that have been meeting there for a year. And they meet twice a week for an hour at a time. And a pro boxer volunteers his time, and they do some little exercises, and it helps the kids' confidence, and some of those kids are challenged. And it came to their attention that they were going to have to provide liability insurance and to pay $20 an hour for the use of the park. They meet in a pavilion, so they don't meet inside anywhere. I reached out to Parks and Rec, and they said that they didn't have the ability to waive the. He asked us if the parents provided the liability, could we waive the $20 fee? And I said, I'll check with Parks and Rec. Ms. Edwards said she didn't have the ability or the authority to waive those fees, to bring it to y'all. So I'm asking if it would be okay for us to agree to waive those fees for those kids. It's $40 a week, and the parents will provide Parks and Rec the liability insurance.
Commissioner Saunders?
I certainly don't have any issue with that, but I'm not sure I understand when you say the parents are going to provide the liability. I don't know what that means.
They're going to provide the liability insurance for the guy that's doing in case somebody slips and falls and they say it's our fault or whatever.
Okay, I mean, I have no issues at all with that.
I would just say we need to get documentation of that so that if something happened, there's not some miscommunication or whatnot. But I've brought this up once or twice for some other unique groups where it was like, you know, we were nickel and diming them for, you know, they were a not-for-profit or things like this. So, I mean, if it takes, you know, commissioners voting to waive and then we figure out how to absorb it, if any commissioner brings something to our attention that they think is a worthy cause, but, you know, the small fee is of great impact because it's a small group, I'm all for, you know, leaning forward and supporting citizens. So, I mean, Ms. Williams, do you have something to add?
I have a question to ask. For the record, Tanya Williams, Public Services Department Head. Commissioner Hall, I'm not fully aware of, I have a little bit of visibility on it, but not full visibility. I have a real quick question. Is this gentleman charging the students for the services that he's providing, or is he providing them completely free of charge?
He's volunteering his time.
Okay. In regards to liability and the fact that he's actually training on public property, I'd have to double check with Mr. Quigley and our risk management department just to make sure that what the parents are offering is agreeable and acceptable. And then I'd be more than happy to sit down with the gentleman and we could have that discussion.
It was my understanding it was a little boxing related thing where the kids punch handheld pads, and the confidence and the demeanor of the kids have really improved. I told him I would bring it forward. I told him that if the park was ever reserved for somebody that was paying, or you know, like a wedding or something like that, that would trump his efforts, and they completely understood that.
Commissioners,
Absolutely, I agree.
we'll gather up all of the pertinent details and make sure we'll get you all an update at our next meeting, but we'll move this forward.
Okay. So we're not gonna approve it because you got a couple of things, but we're approving, definitely looking into it. And if it seems like you got all the T's crossed and I's dotted, then it seems legitimate. You know,
No, thank
let
you
us
for
know.
bringing this up.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
That's it.
Okay, Commissioner Cole.
Just, everybody have a good Thanksgiving. I'll see everybody in December.
Okay, Commissioner Saunders.
Are we still having those meetings in Tallahassee on December 4, 5, and 6? Is that still set?
Yeah.
Other than that, happy Thanksgiving to everybody as well. Look forward to seeing everybody at the barbecue and then again in Tallahassee.
Okay. Yeah, and I would encourage everybody to, I don't know if we've all RSVP'd. I'm obviously going to Tallahassee. It sounds like Commissioner Saunders is. I think it was very impressive when all 5 of us went. So if you're able to go, I hope that we can have 100% attendance, unless you have a conflict that you can't move. But having said that, just indulge me for a minute. I do have a few things here to just bring up. Not big, long discussion. First one is the 1 cent tax. Ms. Patterson and I spoke about it. So we got a letter from Marco talking about how they feel like the advantage of continuing the 1 cent tax. I guess what some people don't know, but we do, is if that was something that we had an appetite for, it has to go back on the ballot. Citizens would have to vote on it, but you know, we're getting close to it sunsetting, and so we have to be able to decide, are we taking a position? I'm not taking a position on it, and I don't think anybody here, we're not asking anybody to. It's just a matter of, you know, we've had a lot of citizen inquiries on it, as well as the city of Marco has sent us a letter. So having said that, I just didn't want it to die on the vine without discussion. So County Manager, give us the short to medium version of what we should be talking about.
Yes, sir. So the county attorney actually produced this timeline for us. You can see it kind of. I'm not the best user of the visualizer, but it walks you through the points in time where we would need to be doing things. It actually mirrors pretty closely how this moved forward back in 2017 and 2018. So there are targets that we have to hit in order to be able to get on the ballot, and so you can follow that timeline there. But basically, we're right in that window of time where we would need to be thinking about this, talking to the stakeholders, making sure that projects that might be eligible for the surtax or ones that we're interested in actually meet the criteria for the statute, then beginning on developing the ordinance and ballot language. So, you know, we have time, but not a lot of time.
Is it the 5 of us that decide if we want it to go back on the ballot after much discussion? I mean,
Yes.
it's our decision after hearing from our constituents and from other outsiders. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so what's I mean, just looking there. So what's the time for us to decide that? Should it be on the next agenda and we actually take a vote, or what am I missing here?
We really need to be underway by January, so if you want to have a conversation about this at the next agenda, it may be timely, only because you're going to be looking at the AUIR, which would be the place from where many of your capital projects would come from. And there are some funding challenges both within transportation and stormwater in the AUIR. So we could certainly put together an executive summary to partner with the AUIR where we could have a more in-depth discussion, including obviously the support of the support of the municipalities. There's been some conversations from the fire districts, how that would work out. I need to speak with the county attorney about their eligibility or what that would look like. And then community priorities. The Chamber of Commerce has been asking about this a little bit when I've been at some meetings, and we haven't had a specific answer, but that we were still working through the sunset of the current sales tax, and the future of this one remained unknown at that time.
I think it'd be advantageous to put it on the next agenda, obviously. And then I would just say to my fellow commissioners, start taking a temperature a little bit of your constituents. If you have any town hall meetings that are coming up, or you're putting something in your newsletter, or whatever you think might be appropriate, so that maybe we have the best feedback possible. Obviously, if it's an agenda item and we word it properly, I think we'll get a lot of citizen comment. So let's make sure that we feed that, because that's what we want. But in the end, the voters are going to decide. So I mean, I sit here and I don't prematurely want to make a decision, but to me, you put something on the ballot and see if the voters, what they think. We already know we're getting a little bit of, like you said, citizen inquiry, and at least what little bits I've heard, people seem to see the advantage of what the tax did, the positives of it. But it's like anything else. Do you just continue to keep doing it? So anything we can do to bring as much information to our next meeting would be valuable. Like you said, we're within the timeline. We're not voting on it today or even at the next meeting, but we're marching towards either doing nothing or making a decision that it goes back on the ballot and see what the citizens decide. In the end, we don't decide it, so we just decide if we want to support putting it back on the ballot, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
There's
okay.
a number of steps that we would need to take in order to put it onto the ballot, but because we have had those inquiries from folks about whether or not that's even going to be a topic of discussion, it seems prudent to at least have the conversation.
Right, okay.
How many years does that run?
The last surtax ran to a maximum of 7 years or until we achieved the dollar amount. So we made it for just about 5 years, a little bit less. It sunsets early because we achieved the dollar amount.
The next thing I just wanted to bring up was, you might remember a few months back, we voted on a new vendor for marinas, basically that were mostly in my district. It was Goodland, it was Port of the Islands, and you remember that whole discussion. Could they rent kayaks? And so that one of the things that came out of that meeting is we voted to only have this new vendor accept credit, no cash at all, because as we've been sort of monitoring, cash sort of disappears quickly at times, and it's not to say, you can't have a process to accept cash. I mean, Publix has figured out how to accept cash, and they might lose a little bit out the back end, but a lot of businesses have a tight system. But at the time, we were trying to get the vendor in place. We knew that across the board at a lot of our county businesses, to include the marinas, that cash was a little bit loose and sloppy. We weren't here accusing anybody of anything, but as part of our audits, we knew that cash is hard to manage. So we approved that the new vendor would start with credit only. But one of the things I've been talking to Parks and Rec about is we need to be consistent. So I mean, I have citizens that are using these marinas saying, why is it credit only at the marinas in District 1, but then the other marinas, they figured out how to take both. And it's because we are possibly wanting to gravitate to credit only across the board, but some of those contracts haven't come up for renegotiation. So we've got a little bit of an inconsistency right now. So I don't know that, that might be something else for the next meeting, because I know I met with Ms. Williams and we're talking about it. So I don't think we have to build a watch right now, but I wanted just my colleagues to know that we have some inconsistencies out there. I'm probably hearing the brunt of it. I asked Ms. Williams to give me just some details on are we losing business at the marinas that are credit only? Because I get emails from people, this place is a ghost town. You won't believe, because you don't accept cash, nobody's using the marina. And I don't think that's true. I mean, 99% of the people that fill up their gas tank use their credit cards. I can't remember the last time I saw somebody at Publix whip out a checkbook or their wallet, to pay cash. But on the flip side, we want customers to have options, and I don't think I want to ever use it as an excuse. Well, we don't accept cash because it's too hard to control. I mean, and so we just default. But on the flip side, a lot of things have gone to credit only, right? Like our county parking lots. I think they used to, maybe way back when, you could suck in a dollar bill and park your car. Now it's credit card only. So it's not unheard of, but my overall thing was I think that we all want consistency. So it's not we're penalizing one group of people because it's a different contract. So I don't know if you had something to add. I didn't really want to make it a big discussion, but I think, you're gathering the data. I just want to make sure that we're consistent across the county.
Absolutely. For the record, Tanya Williams, Public Services Department Head. As Commissioner LaCostro said, and we have talked, staff are going back and we're reevaluating that, just as we always reevaluate processes that we put into place. And in regards to consistency, as far as your marinas are concerned and your marina ship stores, those are cashless systems as per the contract that we entered into with Blue Water. Some of the other smaller things that you might find at our beach access points, those are different vendors, those are different contracts. As contracts expire and they come up for renewal, we have been looking towards moving them as cashless as well. But at the direction of the board, we can always continuously look at that and bring recommendations back.
Okay, well, let's talk about it at the next meeting after you flesh out a few things, because I don't want to feel like people in my district are penalized because they have the freshest contract, but the other ones that are dated contracts where they accept cash and credit, and then if one of our assessments is cash seems to sort of disappear, okay, well then are the old contracts that are accepting cash losing money? We have the ability to amend a contract. We don't have to wait for it to expire. So if we think cash is not a smart thing to do and we want to go to credit across the board, then we do have the ability to do it and even amend a contract. I mean, it's a little more complicated, but that's for another meeting. I really wanted to just bring up the topic. So I appreciate it. Mr. Klatskow, the lien on that house on Goodland, the one that's sort of the garbage dump, and we finally, took aggressive action. Do you have any kind of update on that? I didn't get a chance to talk to you yesterday. I just want to take advantage. And it's important to talk about it here because it might happen in another district. We did something that the county hasn't done in a long time, which is move forward in a much more aggressive way against a citizen that was sort of playing games with us for many years. So what's the timeline on that lien, or where are we in that process?
You authorized this office to commence foreclosure proceedings against that property. At the current time, we're doing a title search, so we're certain of who the ownership is, at least as of record. And once we get that, we'll be filing.
What do you think the timing would be on being able to file? Too soon to tell?
No, month or two. Tops.
Okay, maybe just continue to keep me posted, and it's something to talk about in here because any commissioner could have this issue, in their district where they have a citizen that's not sort of following the rules and creating a problem. So, okay, let's see what else I had on here. And then lastly, I'll end on a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek note, but it's come to my attention that Terry Lewis, who makes the brownies and the coffee cake for us every 2 weeks. I don't know if you guys knew this, but she actually is making it for the Planning Commission. which I think, I know. I think it's a total foul. So listen, this is supposed to be our thing, right? So I make a motion that Ms. Lewis, and also to cut on her workload. She's very busy. And so now that she's baking for all these other commissions, this is our thing, okay? So I make a motion that Ms. Lewis only make desserts for the Board of County Commissioner meetings and no other groups. Do I have a second?
I maybe ask for an amendment to that motion?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Support it, that she provide whipped cream for the brownies here and continue to make brownies for the other committees, but no whipped cream.
That's interesting. Yeah, you wonder, but it's adding to her cost level. I don't know. Maybe we'll table it for the second meeting. So we'll chew on that for a while, and then when we come back for our second meeting, we'll be giving you direction on what you're providing. So I just thought it was funny when she said that planning commission. Those guys don't get anything. But thank you, for that. Any reattacks here? Anything else to add? Okay. Thank you.